Any luck with finding new players?
No, but I'm continuing to look. But I'm happy to run it with 4, so be good, but more would be better, of course. I think 4 is a good number to play with. Of course, things are going to be a little bit more difficult, just because, you know, there's less of you to take hits and so on. But I know you guys are smart, so we should be good. All right, so let's.
Simple solution, just level us up faster.
Yes, well, we'll see. You might be leveling up this session, depending on how things go. Let's. So, where we left off last week, and I'll drag you over to the map, was in the cave at the top of Calvin's Cairn. This Yeti at the bottom of here still amuses me, thanks to Theodore's Thorn Whip.
It amuses us all. We're just talking about it.
It was pretty cool. There's fire up the top, which was an illusion. Well, let's say it's still burning there. There's no reason why it needs to go away. So you've Stax and Edwin is going to slowly make his way back to the castle, the castle where the tiefling leader seemed to be. That's where Edwin is headed off to. But Stax and Stella, you did see up here, there's a little baby Yeti, Yeti tyke, and it's kind of cowering in the corner. It probably did see its mother fall to her death down here, and a very tired and exhausting looking halfling, which is over here, which was tumbling down, which was looks very exhausted, very tired, and if you remember, the Yeti tyke was using it like a play doll as the mother looked on. So,
How large is it?
how large is the Yeti tyke?
Yeah.
It's about the size of you.
Oh.
No, sorry, but maybe the size of Garrosh. In terms of D&D mechanics, it's a small creature. It's kind of halfling size, Theodore size, that sort of size. And it is cowering in the corner here, kind of whimpering.
I'll go check on the halfling. Is it possible to get through here?
Yep.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, this ice is about a foot thick, so it's safe enough, but probably wouldn't hold up well to being attacked with an axe, for example.
Fortunately, I'm the lightest one of them.
Yes, that is true. And where is it?
Stax. I suppose there's no light in here, or is it?
It's a dark cave.
I'll just pretend I'm stumbling a bit about, keeping my hand to the left wall, and I'm gonna say,
Stax, is that all? Is there? I think I can hear something else in here.
Didn't two of us have torches on?
oh, I guess Edwin had. Or you?
Oh, let me just put Edwin back on the map just for now. And he's probably going to emit light for you now. There we go. Edwin can be the official torch in the meantime. It's his job. It's his purpose in life is to be a torch.
Torch
Well,
boy.
Stella, yes. There is one more, and I think it's time we finish the job.
Looks.
And,
It's just a little one.
And this
Yes.
time the halfling comes stumbling back up, moving very slowly. And Garrett also comes in and puts a hand down to the halfling, who you learned name was Perilou, and hauls her up to her feet. And Garrett says, "Oh, Perilou, thank God you're all right. What happened to the other ones?" And Perilou, this young female halfling, gives a glare at the halfling tyke. And she says, "Oh, these damn yetis ambushed us. I'm glad to see that you got away, Garrett. That is most most pleasing. But yeah, my good buddy, Growling Bear, he was literally pulled apart from these damn Yetis. I don't know what happened to Asterix, but I know that Growling Bear was pulled apart by these brutes. Ripped his head off, in
Yes.
fact.
You speak of Yetis. How many are there?
Oh, there's the young kid over there. Probably best if we put it down so it doesn't grow up and do these to other people. But I know this one has a mate. The one that you threw down the pit. That was a pleasing sight, but I know there's another one out there somewhere. So, we need to be
Bigger than this one, than the one we took care of.
as big as the one you threw down the hole.
It's a difficult fight.
But I suggest we take care of this one before it grows up and does something similar. And the Yeti
yes,
just whimpering in the corner.
This seems a bit extreme. Couldn't we? I mean, if it grows up alone, yes, but
Tell him.
how intelligent are these things actually? Are
I
they intelligent?
just saw this creature toying with our friend over here. He was playing with it like it was a small rabbit he was about to devour. I've seen these Yetis. They ambush, they kill. There's
Yes.
nothing good about them.
They're not. Actually, make a nature check to see. Anybody who wants to make a nature check to see how smart Yetis actually are?
Gladly.
Yeah. Yep. Stella and Garrosh, and I know Stax. I think Stax, you inherently know this for reasons that we know. They're brutish. They're not the smartest. They do have a language of their own. That none of you have ever heard of one speaking common, but there is a language that they talk to, as somebody worked out before, the fear of fire. And they are, not the smartest, but they do have a language. So they're smart enough to be able to have a language of their own.
One of us have, well, not me, but somebody had speak with animals. Stalo probably, right?
Yes.
Can you that up on? Can you try it on him? On
I
him?
don't think this will work.
Yeah,
It's not
don't.
an animal.
Yeah.
This is just some type of monster.
Oh, okay.
They have their own language, but
I mean,
there
it's true that he'll grow up dangerous, but right now it's helpless, and I don't support killing helpless creatures.
Toyed with
Then
me
you
like
walk
I
out
was
of
a
here.
doll. He toyed with me like a doll. If you didn't come, it would have gored me to death. I agree with the elf. This thing needs to die, says the halfling.
I know you do not agree with this, but please then just walk away and let me finish it, because it will come after us. Maybe not now, maybe later. If it does not come after us, it will come after other humans.
Listen to the elf. Needs to die.
We do have supplies to keep it fed if we brought it back to someone who could take care of it and raise it like a proper person. I'm just, yeah, I'm not sure. This is a difficult choice, and
There are
Yes.
things you can keep as pets, but some creatures are too dangerous. They live to hunt. Have you never heard about the one that keeps lions as pets? It goes right for a while, but in the end, they always eat up their master. They always go wild. And I do not think it will be any different with this creature.
make it quick, Stacks. Do not make it suffer. It's a, yeah.
Understood. I will not torture it. I will make it as fast as I can. Garrosh, will you help me hold it? And I take out my rapier.
Leave me out of this. It's a Yeti, but it's a kid. Hey, it's not a opponent that would fight me. It's true that it played here with the halfling, but I mean, its parents are responsible, right? And we just killed
All
its
right,
mother.
I'll do it myself.
I'll hold it
I
down.
will-
I'll hold it down. And the halfling comes up. And
You're gonna piss off his dad.
And is going to make a strength check at disadvantage because she's exhausted. And the Yeti is going to try and make a strength check to get out the way. Oh! And the Yeti rolls a natural one. So you see the halfling come up. I mean, these things are of similar size, the halfling and the Yeti tyke. And the halfling kind of gets it down, puts its neck on its throat and holds its arm back and glances up at Stax and says, "Do it."
I will kill it.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Wait. Oh, I'm not there.
With advantage, I'll say with advantage. Sneak attack damage.
Since I had my detect magic on, did I detect any magic on the halfling? 'Cause he's
No.
like an illusion or whatever.
Well, it's a mighty convincing illusion for the Yeti as it holds it down, and there's no illusion magic. Just appears to be a plain old halfling. But
Okay,
yeah. So Stax, how does Stax perform the coup de grace?
Very precise. Very. He has put an end to many lives while he was hunting. And this is just a bit bigger. He takes the rapier and just slices up from underneath the ribcage through the heart. And pulls it out quick. And just let it bleed out within seconds.
So with its heart pierced, the Yeti type gasps a few times, blood splays out of its mouth, and a slow pool of blood emerges around it. Dead.
And I'll see the halfling and thank you for assisting me with this.
She nods back and says, "While it's great, Garrett, that you came back for me, we're still missing Asterix, and I wouldn't feel right about returning to town until we've at least tried to find her. We know Growling Bear is dead, which is a tragedy, but I mean, here is my buddy, and Asterix, well, she had quite the mouth on her. I didn't know her personally, but you know, I feel it only prudent that we stick together and find Asterix." And she looks around the rest of her saviors and says, "Is that okay with you guys?"
Yes, we actually have a reason to find the others as well. I've heard you were with or seeking out Oyaminar.
Yes, we heard rumors that I am in Tarok. I struggle to
Tarok.
say. Yeah, it's a hard one to say. We heard rumors that Oyaman Tarok was up here. This is as high as we got. We can continue up the mountain, of course. Maybe that's where Asterix fled. So, I guess we're together, and while I don't think I'll be of much use in combat, I can at least help as best I can, but I'm pretty... It's been a harrowing few days, let me put it that way.
Not just for you.
Do you know how long it usually takes before the other Yeti returns to the lair?
Oh, I assume the Yeti's gone off hunting. I don't know if the hunt was successful. It could be on its way back. It could be outside the front of the cave for all I know. So, it depends. I assume it's out hunting. Depends how successful the hunt was.
Do you think we could remain here and set up an ambush. But then we, like you said, with this Asterix person, we should find her before it might catch her.
It's your call, but ultimately I wouldn't feel terribly comfortable now that we have willing and able-bodied adventurers to just abandon poor Asterix up there. Who knows?
You're right.
Garsh just returns because he didn't want to watch the murdering of children. So he just returns and he has heard the last sentences. And he says, if you want, guys, I can set up a trap near the cave entrance. So if the Yeti returns, we can at least slow it down, cripple it, so it doesn't cause us troubles. What do you think? And he takes off his backpack and rummages for a moment, and he pulls out a hunting trap.
Okay.
I can help with that if you want.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just set it up at the entrance, and before the Yeti knows, we can clean our tracks and just set up. I'll set up the trap.
So whereabouts
there
he's
goes.
setting up the trap, like right there? Okay.
Yeah, like over here because the Yeti has to go through here.
So the trap is
If you-
more or less across like that.
Yeah, and I had like a super heavy hunting trap, like 25 pounds. So I'm just like dropping it here.
If you need to put any meat in it, we have it.
No. It's I set it up so that when the Yeti steps on it, it will. Get
Oh,
his,
so you covered it with snow and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Just
Okay.
bit of.
Should we throw the Yeti's body, the little Yeti's body, into the cave as well? Otherwise, it will rot here. Or if any, now that it's dead, Stacks, maybe you want another skin for your collection?
No, I do not wish to have the skin of this creature.
Okay. I'll ask Garrosh, because he's the strongest, if you would just pull the body into the hole.
Okay. I'll do it.
Easy enough to do. And the Yeti type joins. Could be his mother, could be his father, but definitely down in the hole as well.
Well, I think our job is done here. Let's move on. Then don't step on the trap, please.
Where did you put it?
I'm just standing next to it, so be careful. Be careful.
Well, I will.
Easy enough to avoid with Garrett pointing it out.
Anybody interested in exploring the hole? Because I would be willing for you to let me down with the rope. There might be something interesting down there.
Well, can I take a look down, see if I can spot any corpses or objects or anything of interest down there?
Is obviously 2 corpses down there. In terms of... let's see how deep it is.
I think we said 80 feet.
Yes, 80 feet. So you can't
Then I
quite...
don't see anything.
No, you don't see to the bottom, and it's beyond even your dark vision. So you don't see the bottom, you probably don't even see the Yetis.
Could be a bit dangerous, Theodore.
Yeah, let's not go down there.
As you wish, but there's always something. There might be something interesting to find down there, and
True,
that's what
but
I'm into. Just finding secrets and items and ores. Anything like that interests me.
I understand, but
If you think it,
that fall is tricky. And if the Yeti did not survive it, then I don't think we will either.
hence the rope. But if you don't want to, no problem. We'll find another hole to research and investigate. Okay, I guess we're off then.
So you leave the camp. Everybody takes a careful step across the track that Garrosh left, deciding to press on in the hopes of saving Asterix. Garrosh, of course, comes along, as does Piraloo. No, Garrosh, sorry, Garrett comes along. Piraloo does as well. And Boy. Of course, someone... Yep, Boy is now more or less attached to Garrett. And Edwin was his buddy, but Edwin's got other things on his mind at the moment. So we'll switch over to over here now, so positioning in the cave doesn't really matter. But you continue... Let me just get my notes here. Okay, so you continue your... sorry, not getting...
The right side of the map is still completely black.
Oh, sorry, I need to drag everybody just over here to anywhere. Doesn't really matter where you are, but that should give you vision at least. I get everybody? Oh, I'll bring Edwin across, because why not? Yeah, so you continue up, getting out of this cave at last. Piraloo's with you, and going up this mountain was slow before. Assuming you want to keep pace with Piraloo, it's extra slow. She's moving at about half the speed of you are. She just looks like an absolute mess. But she's determined to find Asterix. So you continue your way up.
Can I just take her on my back?
Sure.
I should be able to take it. Like, so I come to her and I ask her, "Hey, excuse me, but you look like you could use a hand. Would you mind jumping on my back?" And I sit down and help her up.
And she says, "Thank you. That'd be much appreciated. I apologize. I'm usually stronger than this, but 3 days in a Yeti's cave is just too much." And she gratefully climbs on your back. And I'm saying, since she's a halfling, since hasn't eaten for 3 days, she's quite skinny. I think normally carrying people with half your movement speed, but I think Garrosh's strong back and the fact that this halfling is almost a quarterling, given her size, easy enough to do. Okay, so so you continue trekking up the top. You see the summit of Calvin's Cairn, which would be a challenge to get to, but you continue your way up. Oops, sorry, I just need to make one quick adjustment to this map.
And the entire journey flow of her stacks would be looking out for the Yeti.
Okay, make a perception check.
Could I make one as well, but look for dangerous terrain or a possible avalanche dangers and
Sure.
the like?
I'll give that one as a nature check, though. Stacks,
Okay.
You don't see anything. Don't forget on ability checks, I always forget this myself, but a natural one isn't a failure. So that's a 9. But stacks, regardless, you don't see any sign of the Yeti. That would be fair, Garrosh. Stello, you look around. I mean, you already had one nasty encounter with an avalanche back here. But you're checking out the terrain. You figure if you start really heading to the summit, that's going to be dangerous, but any damn fool can see that. But you continue up. You feel very little movement on your back from the halfling Garashmin. She is just a mess. You continue up and up again. And eventually you come to the end of a vast and deep crevasse with nowhere to go but down. But there is a collapsed tent. Just show you right here, a ruined camp of some sort. Right there. Pretty much at the end of where you'd want to go. So you come to the end of a vast and deep crevasse with nowhere to go but down. A collapsed tent lies half buried in the snow, right near the precipice. Jutting out of a nearby snowbank is a pair of blue leather boots. Next to the scrim display, a figure in cold weather clothing sits still in the snow. Her knees pulled tight into her chest. Horns protrude from underneath the figure's fur-lined hood. And a little piece of artwork here to show you. So this is pretty much what you see.
I'll run over the sitting body and just check in case there's still signs of life.
Frozen solid. It's a tiefling. Both Garrett and Perilu instantly noted it. That is in fact Asterix. Her teeth are clenched and her eyes are staring at the blue boots sticking out of the snow. But she is frozen. Turns out spending 3 days without adequate provisions at the top of a mountain. Not conducive to health. And Garrett says, well, I didn't really know Asterix, but I don't know what to say. I didn't know her. She wasn't very pleasant. But maybe we just need to take her body back to the nearest 10 towns and give her a burial. Or could we bury her up here? I don't know. I didn't know her. I don't know what she wanted.
Well, we could take her back. This fate, I wouldn't want anyone to suffer this. That's a shame.
But that's great. But I know very little about her. I don't know if she has family or anything. So do what you think best. We have no further information that we could go on.
Will we be taking the other body back as well? The blue booted one?
We can. I have no idea. That is, judging by his legs, it's probably a dwarf. But I have no knowledge of it. You cast Detect Magic. And you do notice there's a potion at the side of Asterix that is emitting some magic. And she's also a book that's just peeking out of her backpack that's also glowing with magic. So 2 magical things.
I'll turn to the halfling. I detect some magical items here. Would you mind if I go through her things, see if there's anything useful we can take on to help us on our way back down?
Well, quite frankly, you guys have literally saved my life, and I have no love for Asterix. She was rude for the most part, kept to herself, and when she did speak, man, the profanities from that girl's mouth was something to behold. So, you saved me. She's not nice. Go for it.
Forgive me for asking, but how did you all come to know each other? You and Mokingo and Asterix.
Well, me and Makingo / Growling Bear, we go way back. We've been adventuring for a long time together. But I gotta say, my days of venturing, I'm officially retiring today. And here she starts tearing up a little bit. It was horrible seeing Makingo go like that. I don't want to talk about it, but Asterix, she joined our expedition at the last minute. I don't know her. And Garrett confirms, yeah, well, I don't know her either. but she paid good money, so...
It's yeah. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank
What
you.
would be the point of taking the body down with us if nobody knew her well and nobody liked her?
Well, we
It-
didn't
it
know
would
her
just-
well. She might have family, though. We didn't know her well. That is not to say anybody didn't know her well.
It'll be
We
quite a
could-
burden on our way back. She is heavy, and
Well-
this is dangerous terrain.
We don't have
Yes.
the sleds anymore, and just taking her down the mountain will be some heavy lifting, and then taking her back to 10 towns. I vote for leaving her here. Let's concentrate on getting ourselves away alive. What do you think?
I think
You
that's a
got-
better idea.
Yeah, you got a good point, Gareth.
I understand as well.
But
Then,
I wonder, you were here to find Beamindarok, right?
Half that and half just the adventure of climbing Calvin's Cairn. We heard rumours, so we thought we'd come up here, hopefully see the great beast, but we didn't.
Did you get any clues?
Well,
Do you have
Yeah.
any idea?
with this endless winter, people, I think, superstitions and seeing things that maybe aren't there are a bit higher now than usual. So we heard about a great beast wandering this cairn. Maybe it was just the Yetis that people saw. Dunno.
maybe it was an ancient dragon that flew
Maybe.
around the top.
Are you looking for this beast yourself? What interest do you have in this beast?
I suspect she might actually be my mentor, my teacher.
You suspect? How would you not know?
Well, there are several of her kind, and, well, I do not know if this is her, but I know it's one of her kind, at least. So I would, yes, hope. The hope was that I would find her. I've been searching for my mentor for some years now. She went missing some time back.
I wish you luck in finding them. I assume we're gonna leave this poor dwarf up here as well with the blue boots.
What's with the blue boots? Are those magical, Theodore?
No,
Doesn't seem so.
just nicely. Times of day. It's getting towards the evening, like 5-6 o'clock.
We might have to camp out here, get some rest, and get on with it in the morning.
We could also go back to the Yeti cave. We will probably encounter the Yeti, but then we will at least know which way he comes from and be prepared.
True. Plus, it's more protected from the elements.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree. We have a trap there, and we can set up watch. So if anything happens, we can throw him with the other Yetis, at least.
Yes, you can stand in position, Theodore. Do that trick of yours.
But camping out here in this weather, I don't know. And going down through the night, we are more probable to just fall down somewhere.
You could probably get back to the frozen cave before nightfall comes, and I'm doing air quotes because it's pretty much perpetually night here, remember, but there's definitely like a warmer part of the day and a colder part of the day. And you could get back to the cave, probably, unless something happens along the way, before it gets really cold.
Can I look into the tents if there is something useful?
The tent is collapsed, and you look inside there, and there is a bedroll, and that's about it.
Yeah.
I just had an idea. What if we take the Asterix's body with us to the cave and use it to set a secondary trap, like on the other side of the cave, when the Yeti, if the Yeti comes in and goes and like investigates the frozen body, I just come up from behind and try to take him down as well.
As much as I like the idea, I really think that it's truly disrespectful to her.
At
Yeah,
least she'll
don't
have at least her death won't be in vain.
don't worry. If the Yeti comes, it will be caught by the trap.
Yeah, but it's not it won't necessarily stop him, just slow him down.
Yeah, sure, but we should have enough time to just deal with them.
I guess we'll just use some food instead of the dead body.
Also,
I-
we could perhaps like barricade a bit the other entrance and force the Yeti over the weak ice, and just destroy the ice if necessary.
As
We-
much
we
as I
could
like
do
these
that.
ideas, let's talk about this while we're walking, just to make sure that we
Yes.
get back there quickly.
Yes, it's getting cold.
Yes.
There are those items on Asterix. Are you taking the items?
Yes, and not just the magical one. If there's anything useful she has, I'll take that as well. Even if it's just winter clothes or something. Well, no, I'm not gonna strip her naked. Plus, they're frozen.
Yeah, that'd be very difficult
be
to
hard.
get off.
Yeah, but I'll take her backpack and whatever's in it.
Okay, so I'll say you take the potion that you saw as well, and you place it in the backpack with this book that's emitting magic as well. And you're just leaving the dwarf there?
Can I investigate him as well? See if he has anything on him.
Yes. So you kind of half dust the dwarf's body off with snow and kind of give the pull on the boots. And the dwarf, it is indeed a dwarf. The dwarf is headless. It does not have a head. But anyone who searches the body, you find like an empty wineskin, a half-eaten block of goat's cheese, and a miner's pick.
Okay, all useful. We'll take that as well.
I'll put that in chat. Okay, so yeah, easy enough to take that. And you take Asterix backpack, and slowly make your way back to the cave. Perilou jumps on your back, Garrosh again, if that's okay with you.
Sure, no problem. I could take 2 halflings.
And you make your way back into the cave.
Guys, shall I quickly check ahead to make sure that it's still empty?
Yes. That's a good idea.
If you're doing that stealthily, Stax, make me a stealth check. And feel free to reposition yourself around here. I mean, I just dumped you there, so wherever you want, it's fine. So, Stax, if you want to stealth your way in there, then go for it.
And have a peek around.
Okay. Peek around. Things seem to be pretty much how you left it.
Alright, guys, it's still empty. Come on in.
Good, good. This was the trap, right? I'm gonna step carefully over it.
Okay.
So, Garrosh, do you think we could set up a trap on the ice? Maybe lure him onto it, and then you break the ice to collapse it? it would be enough for Stalo to create a bonfire on this side, and he would be forced to go the other way.
We could try to weaken it.
Yeah, I mean, we just set up the bonfire over there to block the other path. Whoever stands watch here. And as the Yeti comes and gets caught in the trap and like crawls on the ice, we just hit the ice and the Yeti will just go down. What do you think?
Other, yeah, and even if he survives and comes after us, we will still like bottleneck him because the passages are pretty narrow.
Yeah. Should be fine.
Yeah, are there any large rocks here that we could, with my tinkering tools, I could set up another trap for the rock to be launched at the ice to break it?
There's not so many rocks around here, but there's plenty of rocks outside. So if you wanted to go out and look around for a little bit, it'd be easy enough to find some suitable rocks.
Yeah, I can go and drag some.
Would you?
I don't mind. Yeah.
Because maybe if you're... not that I'm saying that your axe will fail, but it's better to have two options than one.
Sure. So let's go together and let's try to find some.
Easy enough to do, even without a roll. So you do find it.
We'll
Rocks
drag
are
it
awesome.
in and...
Yep. So explain to me how you're setting up this trap.
I would I would fix it to a wall.
Okay.
We have some pythons and everything just to support it, and maybe fix a rope to it to pull out a python or two if needed, so it would tumble down onto the ice.
Okay. So
Although pythons are a bit, or pitons are a bit small. Let me just see if I have something bigger. I can use my bow. That won't hold a rock that size. Does anybody have like a javelin or something that they don't need, so we couldn't put the rock on?
No, sorry.
I do have a crowbar.
Yeah, me too.
We could also try to weaken the ice, just in such a way
advance,
that just in advance, and when he steps on it, it would hopefully break.
Yeah. Stacks, if I can borrow your crowbar, I'll use the two crowbars to hold the rock.
Yeah, of course.
So the idea is if the crowbars are removed, the rock's going to fall through and hopefully break this ice.
Yes.
Okay. So this is one big rock. Is that correct?
As much as the crowbars will hold, I guess.
Okay. I mean, the little icon I grabbed there isn't really one rock, but we'll assume it's a reasonably sized rock.
Mm-hmm.
Theodore, one assumes with the help of Garrosh, you could do that up. Just make me a general dexterity check to make sure everything is balanced well.
And this is with disadvantage because I'm exhausted, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, can I help him also? So like it's +5 or something?
No, it'll be just a straight roll now because he's at disadvantage. Your help gives him advantage. They cancel each other out. So a straight dexterity roll from Theodore. Oh, there you go. Perfectly balanced. The two crowbars dig a little bit into the ice. The ice does not crack, but if the crowbars are removed, then the rocks will fall, and we shall see what happens.
Thanks for the assistance. It went very well with your help.
Yeah, I think let's go to sleep. I'm tired already.
Are we also gonna weaken the ice? Just I'll hammer some pitons into the ice to make cracks and then cover it with snow.
Just be
And
careful
that's
not to break it.
yeah, and not to make the rock fall.
Okay, so
And Stala, would you mind just lighting up the fire over here, so
Of
or
course.
somewhere where he won't be able to pass?
Yeah.
Not.
I'm gonna
I'm not.
check.
How long do these bonfires last?
Just for a minute. So it will have to be in when the Yeti arrives.
Okay, then I hope we hear him trigger the first trap, and then you immediately cast one of those bonfires.
Yes. I could stand on guard for a bit out here in case he arrives, and then be ready to
I mean,
spook
yeah,
him with some fire.
we'll take shifts, but you need to be close by. So when we wake you up, if you're sleeping, you just start casting.
Yes.
I've placed a bonfire token on the screen here. You should be
Ah.
all be able to drag it around. So
Yeah.
whenever the time comes, just place the bonfire where you want. It's probably a little bit big, more like that. Okay, so we still have Theodore hitting the ice. Are you going to get the right angle there? It's a good question. Make me a survival check. I'm going to say this is survival because you have to inspect the ice and work out exactly where it is. And it will be a disadvantage.
1 second. Survival. There you go.
5. It's not a particularly difficult task. I did give it a DC in my mind of 5. There's a few perilous moments as you think you've hit it some, and the ground cracks underneath you and you freeze. But it's
If
good.
it was anyone who was bigger, it would crack. But since I'm a gnome, it holds.
Yes. Yes, that works. So there's a bunch of cracks in the ice now. I'll do little cracks like this. Plus the rocks, of course. And Theodore, you feel safe to walk across it, but you suspect Stello, even Stax, would probably go through the ice. In other words, just perfect. Okay, so what are you guys doing for watches then?
I could take first watch.
Okay, whereabouts are you watching from? At the cave entrance, or?
Yes, I think I will be watching from around here, I think. Let's see, there. Yes. So I would see it in case I would see it step in the trap and hopefully make some noise.
Okay, and everybody else, position yourself where you're taking your rest. Piralu, she instantly falls asleep. She is a mess. Boy settles down, gets close to Garrett. Where is Garrett? Over here. Garrett is also exhausted, so he immediately starts going to sleep, as does Edwin. So many NPCs here, it's great. Okay, so Theodore, you're sleeping there. Stella, you're keeping watch. Stack's tucked into the corner. Okay. First thing. Garrosh. Can you make me a survival check, please, to see how well you set that trap, how well you hit it? Very teen. Okay. Interesting. Okay, as you're settling down, Stello, trying, I assume, to keep an eye out for this Yeti, can you make me a perception check, please?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, you press your ear and hold steady. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. But then I just want to share this art because it's cool. It's not quite the scene we have.
Nice.
So I'm going to bring the Yeti token onto the map, just for context, but you don't actually see it coming up here. It does have advantage for stealthing in the snow, and its stealth was a 19, which beats your perception, so you don't actually see it. Now I had it to make a passive perception check to see the trap, and the Yeti actually rolled exactly 13, and a result of a 13, which was your survival check, nothing changes. So, in other words, the Yeti steps into the trap and claps onto it. And I looked this up, for a hunting trap. Oh, where did it go? For a hunting trap, must succeed on a DC 13 saving throw. So it doesn't see it. The trap does go off, though. It's a question of whether the Yeti can get out the way. So the Yeti makes its dexterity saving throw and rolls an 8. So the trap does sprung and it gets trapped in it. Garrosh, since you did the trap, why don't you roll me a d4 for damage to the Yeti? Oh, 4 damage. So it claps onto the Yeti. The Yeti howls in pain, and it is restrained in that it cannot take any movement actions.
I will yell out, Yeti!
Well, not quite yet, you're not, because you didn't see the Yeti coming. So,
Okay.
So we'll get this, and everyone else is asleep at the moment.
Not even when the trap is sprung.
Well, we're gonna do perception checks for that to see if you wake up from the Yeti.
Yeah, I mean, those who are sleeping are probably relying on their passive perception, right?
You can't perceive anything while you're asleep. But we'll get to that. In the meantime, let's roll initiative, and we'll see how this goes with the Yeti.
Ah, shit.
Now rolling.
Oh boy.
Perilou. Garrett. And we don't have JD anymore, so I'll roll for boy. So we have one. Who are we missing? We're missing Stacks.
Sorry, I thought I rolled, but I didn't. 9.19.
Okay, so the way you can fix that, just click on your token, roll initiative again, and it'll come up. And then where it says 17.19, just click on that number, and you should be able to edit it to 9.19.
Yeah.
There we go, perfect. Okay, so the Yeti is first to react. Stella, you'll be next, so that works out well. So, it's effectively trapped in the thing. It can use its action to try and break itself free, which is going to be a strength check, which is much more in the Yeti's warehouse. So it rolls another 9. So it tries desperately to wrest itself from the trap, but can't get out there, and takes another 1 point of piercing damage as it rolls. Stello, you didn't see it before. The first time you saw it was when it stepped into the trap and snaps onto it. You see it pulling its leg up. Can't get out. What do you do?
Firstly, I'm gonna just yell, as loud as I can. Yeti! Try to wake the others up, and I will cast create bonfire about here.
Okay.
And yeah, that's my action. I don't have any bonus actions.
Okay, so you
Yes.
do yell out, Perilou. Perilou's she's exhausted. She's going to sleep through this round at least. Theodore, you're pretty close. Make me a perception check, but at just straight. I was going to say advantage, but you're still exhausted. No one has gained any benefits from any sort of rest at this point.
So just a straight check.
Straight perception check. No problem. So you wake up. You are prone. So I assume you stand up, and that's half your movement. And you hear Stello.
Okay.
Yeti!
Okay, and I'll just move the rest of the 10 feet here and... Oh. Yeah, I'll ready an action to cast Thorn Whip if he gets into an appropriate position on the ice.
Got it. Okay. And Thorn Whip gets pulled towards you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. Stax, you two can make me a perception check.
Straight or at advantage?
There's a bit of a cave wall over here, so straight, I'm going to say.
Okay.
I'm going to say, let you know, guys, DC 10. Stacks, no worries. So you get up from prone. You hear the Yeti. You don't see it through this wall, as you probably can't see it anyway with your token.
Ooh, we didn't designate anyone to pull the rope on the for the rocks.
15 feet of movement, and I'm gonna take a shot at it.
Okay, so just a
And
straight shot.
Was it restrained or not?
It's restrained. Let me check the exact wording on hunching crap. So the target.
Speed is lowered. Like, movement is limited by length of the chain in like 3 feet. So.
Oh yes, so it's move 3 feet. But if it's restrained, it's going to check out my handy DM screen here.
I guess not.
Yeah, I'm going to say just its movement is 0. That's the only net effect from this. So
Okay.
grappled, I think, would be the... Anyway, movement of 0, so no advantage on this, but just a straight shot.
And
Ooh. Let's see what happens. Yeah, as you're... I mean, I know Stax has seen Yetis before, and you pull out your bow to try and get it, and you slip a little bit, halfway out of the ice, and all your arrows fall out and scatter to the floor behind you. So you have no arrows on you at your moment. You can use an action to collect them up, or do something else. But your arrows are scattered to the floor, fell out of your quiver.
okay. Well, that's my turn.
Okay, Garrosh, perception check, DC 10.
I'll just sleep through it, probably. Perception, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleeping.
Yeah. And
You're
the
a fine
Yeti
guy, you don't need me.
is quite far away. Garrett is concerned about things. I'm going to give him a perception check. Yeah, no problem. He wakes up. And he hears Stello cry Yeti. 5. He can get there as he stumbles out of sleep, but that's as far as he can get. Boy. I said Boy is so attuned to Garrett that Boy, as soon as Garrett moves, Boy gets up. And Boy dashes a little bit ahead of him with his extra movement speeds, gets to there. Now we swing back to the Yeti. The Yeti's still straining at this chain, trying to break free. It was DC 13, I think I said. What rolls a 13? I need to get... so just breaks out of it. That's its action. So it's no longer restrained by the trap, but it does have its movement left. So, here is the thing. It can just see Stello, and there's a fire this way. Sorry, so you can just see Stacks. Sorry, Stacks is what I meant to say. I don't know what I said, but I meant to say Stacks. Now, from memory, Theodore, you rolled a natural 20, right, to set up this trap?
Yes.
Natural 20.
But just for the rock, not for the cracked ice.
Yes, the ice is cracked. And there's fire there. Now, did it see... So the bonfire just appeared, though, which is odd. So many factors at play, I'm trying to think what the Yeti does. Yeti's not dumb. It does have language. Tell what I'll do. I'm going to roll a d6. Did hear a clatter of arrows behind there. Can see... one or a two, it's going to go in Stacks directions. 3, 4, 5, or 6, it's going to go north. So for you guys, you want a 1 or a 2? And it's a 4. So it's going to start 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's enough. So it gets up there and just roars in your face. Now it used its action. So that's all it can do. It gets right up into your face. It used its action to shake the shackles from it. Now this is a real bonfire, though, right?
Yeah, it's magical, so it would take damage from walking through it. Let's say I'll link it.
Yep. Any creature must all when it moves into the bonfire. Okay, so I'm going to have it make a dexterity saving throw to try and jump over your bonfire. So dexterity saving throw. A DC 13, yep, and what's my dex thing? Rolls a 5, so it stumbles and it does take damage from your bonfire, which is a D8, I believe? Yeah, D8.
Yeah.
Puts 1, 4, ore into it, and it burns, and it shakes it off. Its leg briefly catches fire a little bit, and you see it's trying to stomp the fire out on its thing. It's almost a little bit panicked. We'll see how that happens later on. But Stello, you have a Yeti in front of you with his foot's on fire, just growling in absolute rage. And by the way, you noticed it was carrying a goat. A dead goat, and the goat that it dropped was right there. So what's carrying a goat? The goat's dead. So one assumes it did come back from hunting. There's a dead goat right there. Stello, what do you do?
I'm gonna start shaking a bit, but I'll try to unfurl my star map and try to pull out something constellation-like spell and try to cast a guiding bolt directly in its face.
Okay.
So I would assume that's disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, shit. I thought it was a spell attack. Let me see.
Probably if you go to your core, like over here, and scroll down where it says guiding bolt.
Yeah.
If you click from there, it'll cast the spell for you. So an 18 hits.
Nice.
Yes, smacks right into the Yeti's face. It's growling. Things have not gone well. Still standing. But that was a good hit. My goodness.
Yeah. And I guess I'm going to try to stand my ground and make myself appear as strong as I can while I stand there.
Okay. I'm going to give
I'm gonna
Kirill
roar
a
him back in the case.
chance to wake up. With disadvantage. No, she's out for the count. Theodore.
I am going to stick with my plan and go around the cave to get to the other side. And when I see Garrosh still sleeping, can I use my bonus action to just kick him and then then do a dash? Not dash, dash.
Sure. You can kick him.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. I think I can get up to here.
I'll move Kirill just to the side there.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't have to go.
And that's my turn.
Okay, so Garrosh, you get a kick to the guts. You're awake. You're still prone, but that's fine. Stacks. I don't have angle on this Yeti anymore.
Could I just quickly grab one arrow to shoot, or would that also be an action?
I'm going to say it's your bonus action.
Okay, I'm quickly gonna pick up one arrow, take one step forward, and shoot it.
Shoot what? It's over. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you can shoot it from there, absolutely. And it will be sneak attack damage if you hit.
Let's see if I hit.
You have advantage as well because of the guiding bolt.
Ah, there we go. So roll again.
Yeah.
Might be a natural 20. And feel free to take an arrow back. So I'll take the first one. So 16 points of piercing damage. So the Yeti with the trap and losing actions and not being quite aware, it does get him in the side and he groans in pain. It's looking pretty rough, but it's still standing. So you have movement left. You don't have your bonus action, but you do have movement left.
I'm just gonna stay there.
Alright. Garrosh, you're awake. As this little gnome gets you right in the ribcage and you burn it awake.
What's happening? Oh no, it's here. Shit. Okay, I need to get up.
So you get up.
I tried to shake the sleepiness off, and
As a free action, can I just yell out to him? He's coming from the wrong side.
I think that would be a sensible thing to do. All your plans are over this side. So yeah, absolutely. So you know he's over here somewhere.
and I can move like over there, so that's good. Okay, I just moved behind the boy, and I prepare a reaction to throw a hand axe into the face of the...
Okay, so if you see the Yeti, you'll throw a hand axe at the Yeti. Cool.
Can Garrosh make an acrobatics check to squeeze in between those two?
Nope. Because he'll need to finish his turn either here or here.
Yeah.
And he can't finish there, so unfortunately they're blocking his way. But in the meantime, it's Garrett's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he can get right up to the Yeti. He is going to swing his short sword. Oh, he does hit. Go, Garrett. It's well. Okay. And the Yeti's still standing, but only just. A boy comes up. He's trying to get the angle, looking forward. He's just barking behind. He's frustrated. He wants to get past, but he can't. Now the Yeti, with its foot on fire, it's going to have disadvantage. Mechanically, what the fear of fire was, I'll show you in the chat, was... Whoops. Be able to see that. This is what it mechanically was. So it took damage from the fire. But regardless, it's going to try and claw Stello. Big massive maw comes down. Right, disadvantage, 14 misses. But it then swipes back with its other claw, just swiping like a crazed animal. That one misses as well with disadvantage. But then it eyes locks on you, Stellos, and you feel a chilling presence within you. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh.
This is not a good round for it. So it looks at you and you feel the coldness into your heart, but Stello is made of stronger stuff than that, and you shake off the effects. Instead of the Yeti's turn. Garrosh, you still don't see it, so your attack doesn't go off. Stello.
Time to gut this beast.
And Stalo is gonna try to throw his staff to the side of behind him, actually, not down the ravine. And he's gonna pull out his scimitar or his stura maybe with his free action and try to stab him.
Okay, just because it's fun, roll me an acrobatics check to make, and don't roll a natural one, otherwise your staff is going down. Okay,
At least we have a good reason to go down.
at least a staff down there. Okay, so staff is safely enough, gone up behind boy here, over here somewhere. And yeah, make your attack. Yeah, not good enough. You managed to get the hidden, but it bounces off this Yeti's leathery skin. No effect done. Perilu, I think she was still asleep. Just let's try one more time. Perception at disadvantage. 7. Still asleep. Theodore.
Bonus action. Kick parallel.
Okay.
Get up, lazy. And then I think I'll dash as far down as I can go, because this is one full movement and I can't see anything. And can I squeeze? Oh, I don't want to squeeze next to it because the eyes. I'll stay over here. Actually, I'll stay over here and just give Stacks resistance, I guess.
You can also give me an arrow.
I could. I mean, yeah. Can I pick up some arrows with an action and give it to him?
You can give her
just put
one arrow. Because if you give her a whole lot, she can't really take her shot, right? You can't shoot an arrow with 5 arrows in one hand, but you can hand her an arrow.
Just okay. I'll give him an arrow.
Okay, so Stax, you have an arrow. You don't have a target. Oh, you do have a target.
I do have a target. And by the way, a lot of archers used to have 2 or 3 arrows in the same hand in which they hold the bow to quickly be able to redraw.
It's a very cool video on YouTube of that.
Yeah, but that's also beside the point, because I'm just going to take a shot at the Yeti.
Okay. Just a straight shot. Oh, it does hit. And you, how do you want to do this, Stax?
No.
Probably just in the side of its neck, puncturing its some arteries in the neck and his throat, and his roaring just suddenly becomes a guttering wet sound as blood floods his lungs.
Nice. I'm gonna roll a d4. 1 to 2. There we go. That's poetic at least. So it's the arrow pierces into its neck. It stumbles left. It stumbles right. Falls down the soul. If nothing else, spending its
family
life
tomb.
with its family. Yep, family tomb for sure. So there are 3 dead bodies there. So well done, guys. Good planning. I liked it. You got around a potentially difficult encounter. Good idea with the trap, but went right instead of left.
No worries.
It was fun.
Yeah, worked well.
Stallo is just gonna stand and stare down the ravine, just contemplating things falling into ravines. Never quite get used to it.
And Stax is going to pick up her arrows.
Yeah, and I'll complain how exhausted I am and then go back to sleep.
Thanks, Theodore. I was useful.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to say, just to make things go smoother, you set up guards. Stella, everybody gets a long rest in. So if nothing else, Theodore, you can get rid of that point of exhaustion.
Yay.
As does Miralu. Goes down to level 2. Okay. The morning, quote unquote, comes. What do you guys do? One fire fades.
Oh, did I get a long rest as well, or was
Everybody gets a long rest.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah.
Good,
So
good.
you were long resting while someone else was keeping watch, but net effect, the rest of the
So-
day goes well, and it's not super comfortable in here, but it's good enough for a long rest.
Question: would Stax know if Yeti hide is valuable?
Yes, because people are looking desperately for ways to keep warm, and a Yeti hide, is a very good insulator. So yes, it would be valuable.
So, Theodore, still want to go
Yes.
down in the ravine?
Very much. Are you up for it?
Yeah, I think it's time to skin some Yetis.
Shall we both go? I search for stuff and you skin them in the meantime. I mean, Garrosh can
sounds
lower
like-
us down.
I think we're gonna have to tie 2 ropes together, but it should work.
We have enough rope, and I can support you from above, guys, so you don't have to worry.
But let's make some extra knots in the rope to make the climbing a bit easier.
It's easy enough to do. You connect 2 50-foot ropes, and you feel that would be plenty enough to get to the bottom of this ravine. So how's this working? Garrosh, you said you're holding on to the rope at one end?
Yeah, I set up like a safeguard, and I just keep my balance, and I stand on the rope and help them go down. Actually, so
I'll assist.
Okay, so Stello and Garrosh are on the rope. Okay,
And
and
before they do that, I'll nail some pittons into the wall and stabilize Garrosh and Stalo as well, so we don't pull them down.
okay. So who's going down? Stax and Theodore? Both of you?
Yes.
Yes.
And right before we go down, I'll cast Detect Magic, so it's active the whole way. I'm lowering myself into the cave or hole.
Who's going first?
I think Stax would go first. If that's okay with you.
Sure, no problem.
So Stax, you give before you go down, you give a pull on the rope, and it feels pretty secure. There's pythons. I'm always confused. I think everybody's confused about how to say that word. And with Garrosh in particular, while Stello is huge, from what you're saying, he's not the strongest, but he's definitely got bulk, if nothing else. And you gently lower down. It's a really reasonably easy descent for these guys. Just make me an acrobatics check. I'm saying DC 5, which I imagine will be trivial for Stax.
Yeah. I got a plus 6.
Okay. Theodore stumbles a little bit, but you both get to the bottom. There's definitely 3 Yetis down here. Nothing else of value, though.
Did I see correctly in the Yetis had horns? Or at least the last one?
I can show you the art for them if you give me just a second, and I think they do. Where's my Yeti?
Yeah, they do. I'll ask Stax to get me the horns.
That's gonna be tough to get the horns off, but I'll give it a shot.
If you can.
And
Let's start with the horns then, to try and get the horns off in a usable way. Make me a survival check. But you're good at this. I'll give you DC 10 to get the horns off. Survival DC 10.
Oh,
Yeah, you do not a great job, and you get the horns off, but they're not in one piece. But you could give who asked for them, but you can give them 2 half horns if you want. But yeah,
Sure. They're
Takes-
just meant as tinkering materials.
okay. Well, you could grind them up even. That would have mattered for it, but you did break the horns, take them off. Stax, given your background and your backstory, from what I know, I think it would be reasonable that Stax, even without making a roll, you can skin these no problem. So you have
Okay.
2 Yeti hides. They're a bit bloody, but that's easy enough to cure. And a smaller Yeti type hide. So just take a note of that on your character sheets.
I've got so many pelts at this point, it's not okay anymore. I'm starting to feel a little bit like the guy from Hannibal that's collecting hide.
Oh, yeah, well, it depends
Yeah,
what you want to do
yeah.
with it.
True. I'm gonna wrap it up and put it on the bottom of one of the rope, and shout out to Garrosh and Stella. Please, can you guys get up this hide first? It's quite heavy.
Sure. Put it on the rope.
Easy enough to do. The ropes come up, and Garrosh and Stello leave, and Theodore and Stax, this is the end of your story. You die at the bottom of a ravine.
Aw.
Goodbye. We'll drink your hides away. Drink the cup.
Okay, so Garrosh lowers the rope and make me an acrobatics check to get back up again. Same thing, DC 5. Stax, you're up. Let's see how well Theodore does.
Do I find anything at the bottom?
No,
Because I
they were
was
just
investigating.
I would probably
Yetis
go
down there.
behind Theodore just to make sure that,
Okay.
I could sort of catch him or help him.
Let's see what Theodore rolls.
Acrobatics?
Yep. I was hoping for a natural one because you'd both be at the bottom of the ravine as Theodore lands on Stax and both of you go down. But you both make it up successfully. With
Yay.
hides. Yeah. And it's morning, quote unquote. Long rests have been taken. Piralu's looking a little better. She says she should be able to walk down now, no problem.
Can I set up a sign that says thin ice or cracked ice?
Yep. Easy enough to do. Yep.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
Alright, guys. I think it's time to go down this mountain again, or
Should we
are
disable
we still
the...
planning?
Sorry, I just wanted to disable this trap and take the crowbars back, because one of them is
Good
Stax's.
point.
Sure. Explain to me how you're going to get the crowbar out without having the rocks fall.
I don't actually have to, I can let the rocks fall.
Just let it down and it will break. And you can go back around.
Yeah, I'll just drop the rock, crash the ice, and pick the crowbar. Oh, can I pick the crowbars if they're on the ice?
Weren't the
Above
crowbars
the ice,
attached?
not on the ice.
Weren't the crowbars on the end of a rope? So if you pull the rope, the crowbars
Yes.
will be on the rope. Yeah. So
Okay.
so you pull it, and your trap works perfectly. The ice cracks away, and I think it was a 66 falling damage from that if you fell through. Not as deadly as the other one. But yeah.
I'll pick up the crowbars, return one to Stax, and then join the others.
Oh, I tell a lie. 86 falling down there. But regardless, the ice cracks, the rocks go down, everybody gets their crowbars back. The ropes are split into 2, and you get your ropes back. And yeah, got a couple of companions along with you. And we'll drag you back over to the Icewind Dale map.
But guys, especially you, Stella, do you still want to climb this mountain? Or do you think we should head down? Because I thought you stood at business up there, looking for someone. Stella?
Stella?
I mean, I don't think the guy's still
Sorry,
there.
I had my mic pulled down. Like I said with my mic up. I don't want to put you guys in danger by climbing the peak, but if I could spend a minute consulting the stars on my star map, if they could give me a sign if I can I'm able to find my teacher on the peak, or yes. So I'll cast augury to see if the next action would be to climb the peak, if I would find my mentor, or, well, not.
So, if I climb... So, phrase the question exactly, because the phrasing on this spell does matter. So tell me exactly what you say.
If we ascend the peak, would I find my mentor up there?
Say which peak, not just any peak.
If the peak of Kelvin's Cairn specified.
Well, I find my winter up there. You get back a very definitive whoa.
Oh. I'm gonna close my map and say the signs do not point to her being up there, so I think we should be good to climb down the peak. Thank you for telling me, Stax.
Of course, no problem.
Do you just ask one question with this?
Yeah, but a specific course of action. Like, climb peak, would result happen? And you would say yes, no, maybe, or nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
So which way are we going? Kerkonig or Tourmaline? Because if we're taking Garrett home, Tourmaline is the quicker way, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, and we shouldn't forget the cauldron.
Yep, easy enough to pick up.
Oh, I almost forgot. I'm taking the hunting truck back again.
Sure, easy enough. It's a little bit bloody, but other than that, it's pretty good.
It's fine.
We could go to Tourmaline. It's also a place where our merchant could be.
Where do our new companions want to go?
They just want to go to any town. So Tourmaline, they're happy with that. Lonelywood even. Which one of the Lonelywood is?
I'll ask them what they know about Tourmaline, because we haven't been there yet.
Well, Tourmaline, this is also something Garrosh, and a little bit less so Stax, who's been here for a while. But Tourmaline, it's widely regarded as a very picturesque town in better times. People used to come here and look across this lake over here. It's nice, got a forest over to one side. So it was noted for its views, but of course, frozen over, things aren't nearly as good. And as soon as the times you've been there, Garrosh, and it is bitterly cold as well, maybe even colder than the other ones. So it's picturesque, but it's more or less in the path of gale force winds. There's fishers there. There's actually people building ships there, though no ships have been built for a while. Scrim shanders, which are people who kind of artists. And it's also home to lots of miners who harvest a lot of gemstones from a cavern complex, sort of not far from Tourmaline. This is a problem because there's creatures there that dwell underneath, so it's a dangerous thing, but comes with great rewards. The leader is a guy called, I'll put this in the chat, Boris Mastew, who's a half-orc. You know that breaking the stereotypes, Oris is bright, sharp, and has a quick sense of humor. And he was adopted by the previous speaker, a person called Shalane Mastew. Was adopted by this person, who was the previous town speaker, but has since retired and handed it over to Oris. Now, he's got a lot of political enemies. A lot of people think, you were just gifted it because you're the son of Shaylin. And worse yet, you're a half-orc. Prejudices are alive and well. It'll be a tricky... you can go overland. It's going to take you a while. Let's have a look between... Oops, that's the wrong button. It's a good... it's 10 miles. About 10 miles. It's going to take you, given the weather conditions, the better part of the day to get to Tourmaline. You'll arrive there kind of at nightfall, everything going well. It's quite a comfortable place. As I said, tourists used to come here. So there's lots of nice inns. People are quite friendly. So, compared to the coldness of Caer Konig or Caer Dinaval, would be a lot more welcoming. There was a rumor that you heard. So something you picked up along your travels, Garrosh. And you heard that Speaker Mastew has closed one of the town's most lucrative gem mines. And apparently there's kobold troubles in there. Kobolds have crept into the mine and endangered some of the miners. And you know that since Tourmaline is reliant on this mine, probably a healthy reward is coming. So that's something about Tourmaline.
Cool. So since I know that, I told it to everyone on the way, mentioning that we already know how to handle kobolds and that we could make some coin to then drink it up in the pub, which is my plan. So why not do it, right? While we're there. But anyway, does anything happen on the way there, or?
Well, you're just making a beeline for it as straight as you can.
Yeah.
So you start. You connect your snowshoes. Start pushing your way through the cold and the dampness, and you get like a good halfway. You're making good thing. Piralu is still a mess, but she can at least keep up with you now. Everyone's looking a little bit better, giving their long rest, and you push on. Can I have everybody make me a perception check, please? Yes, you did. I'm going to tell you. Make the perception checks, and I'll look up exactly what you got from that. Just got to get to... So the potion was one of these.
Ooh, I think Stax will get this one.
And
if nobody else specifically wants it.
And the book was a wizard's spell book. It contains the following spells in it. I know one wizard that would have liked that.
Yep.
We'll keep it for any future reference or any future companions that might need it.
Okay, so someone feel free to note that in your inventory. Let's have a look at these perception checks. So as you're getting closer and closer to Tourmaline, things are getting a bit trickier. You're straining to hear about it, and your visibility's been reduced. You can't see very far ahead at all. But Stax, you've been out in the wilderness before. You kind of know what to listen out for, and you do listen out for something. And you hear what sounds like something's being eaten. Like not in a knife and fork type of way, but in like ripping flesh off, and you hear snarling sounds and almost barking sounds as well. It's coming up ahead. That's a good 100 or so feet away from you, but you do pick it up. So what do you do, Stax?
Hush, everyone. I think I hear some creatures up ahead. Might be wolves or something bigger. I think it might be wise to just try to stealth around it. Or I could try to have a closer look to see what it is, but...
If you do, be careful. It's no telling what kind of creature this could be. It's like you say.
Alright, you guys stay here, stay quiet. I'll have a look. And...
Yeah, a stealth check, Stax. Okay. So as I said, the visibility here is quite bad. Your normal dark vision is not penetrating as much as you could. And you start stealthing around while everyone else kind of huddles up, Dog and Garrett and everyone else along for the journey. Stacks you. There's like a frozen lake, but in terms of lake, like it's maybe 50 feet along, so it's not very big. But you skirt along this edge of the lake, ducking under branches, and you get closer. You still can't quite see them, but they're still eating. Whatever they are, they're still eating. And you get closer, still struggling to see, and finally, just out the corner of your eye, you see this. And if you go to your handouts, Stacks, you should see something. And I'm going to whisper you so you know what to look for. Did you see the handout?
Still quickly looking.
So if you go right...
yeah, it was just put in the middle of stuff.
So that's what you see. And you see
How many?
There are... I'll whisper that to you as well.
Okay.
And that's what they're doing.
If that's all they're doing, I'm just... can I see what they're eating?
I just whispered that to you as well.
Would it be a wild one?
Make a perception check. An answer to your question, is it a wild one? That is the answer.
In that case, I'll slowly back away to the rest of the group. Successful? Okay.
Yep, they didn't
I'm still
notice
waiting
you.
for.
They're still...
Oh, that's good.
Yep, they didn't appear to notice you. Your 13 was good enough. Not a great roll, but good enough.
Well, that's happy. Lucky times. Okay, guys. There were these hyena-like creatures, wolf-like man. They were eating a horse, and I think we should go around. And I've seen 6 of them, and
That seems wise. Is it possible for us to circumvent these creatures?
probably the snow is quite thick, and if we just backtrack a couple 100 feet, then just make a wild berth around it, there's of course a chance that we encounter them, but, well, I think we should be able to be safe.
If that is indeed what you do, then it is safe enough. I mean, you're in the plains of Icewind Dale, and you're giving it a wide berth, so easy enough to do. And by the way, Stax, the reason you suspected it was a wild horse was it didn't have a saddle or a bridle or anything like that.
Yeah, that was the specific question, but I was like, how can I ask this in a vague way?
Yeah, so that's a deduction you came to. No harnesses you could see, so you assume it was a wild horse. And while it's rare to see horses, it's not unheard of.
Yeah.
Okay, so, this is why I like milestone-based adventures, because if it was XP, then you might have killed them. But circumventing encounters is just as good as doing it. Now, so,
It means we're all magical.
So you push on through Tourmaline. Oops, you don't do that though. You push on to Tourmaline. Let me drag you across to the Tourmaline map so I can explain it to you. Just one moment. Okay, so you arrive in Tourmaline. Everybody just make me a... Oh, you probably can't see that, but make me a perception check while we're there, while I give you visibility on this map. Okay, 20 for Stax.
All of us?
Yeah, all of you. Yep, everybody. As you approach the town of Tourmaline.
To see what type of offering they've put outside the town.
Mm-hmm. My map organized here. Okay. Stax and Stella, you pick up on this. As you approach, there is no fish sacrifice. You are coming from an odd angle, but you don't see any food offerings. One very common sight around here, though, is fires to keep the town warm. The thing you pick up on, no fires. So this place had a reputation beforehand as being cold. You suspect it's even colder now. There are no fires lit.
Okay.
So Stax and Garrosh were here before?
Yep. Now,
I'll ask him where we can go to get the meal and
let's just
some warmth.
Let's just go to the Blue Clan pub, I guess.
I'm fine with that.
okay.
Way
So-
over in west of the
Actually, I'll...
Oh,
put a-
by the way, are we hiding the cauldron outside of the town?
Good
I
question.
would do it.
It's become a tradition.
Yeah. We'll find a place a few 100 yards from town where we can hide it
Sure.
and
Easy enough
bury
to
it
do.
in the snow.
And you have Outlanders, so finding it again is not going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
you enter tourmaline as it's getting even colder. Still just as dark, but it's towards the end of the day. And you make your way through the township. Some people are giving you friendly nods. You see some miners, not just dwarves, we don't want to be stereotypical here, coming back from this way with looking very dirty and disgusting as miners tend to do. And you wander through. And the people here are kind of giving you nods. A lot friendlier than the other places you went to. And you go around and people are going. And eventually you make your way to the Blue Clan Inn. Let me... Okay, so you make your way into the tavern. And as you're also approaching, you notice a lot of fishermen coming in from the lake over here. It's typically the ice fishers. They've dug holes in there and they're coming back with... each one's got at least one knucklehead trout. A couple of them have got a couple more. And a lot of them go straight to the blue clam as they're coming off the lake. So I suspect that this is a local hangout for fishermen. You grab a seat. Bard gently plays music in the corner. What do you guys wish to do?
I just shout, "Hey, let's have the fish. We haven't had it for like 3 days."
I kind of miss the taste.
Fish and garlic.
So, as you make your way, this is purely a tavern. You could not sleep here, well, you could, but the east side would be the place to sleep. But a half-orc comes up to you wearing a dirty apron, completely bald, a little tubby, but there's a smile on his face, and despite the naturally unfriendly sight of half-orc teeth, he still manages to get a smile out, and you feel some warmth coming here. And you just say, I haven't seen you folks around here. What can I get for you?
Let's get drinks for everyone.
Yes,
I'll
and
around.
fish.
And fish. Yeah, the best fish you have.
Well, absolutely, no problem. Now, I can sell you our normal ale, which will just cost you a couple of copper. But I do have our last barrel of honey mead.
How much for that?
It'll be a silver piece.
Of course. Bring it in. And bring the ale as well.
Okay. So let's
we have to celebrate.
Well, you do have two other members with you as well. Garrett, and them, and you buy them one as well. So that'll be 6 silver pieces. And for a round, let's put it at 8 silver pieces. And everybody gets a round of honey mead and a round of ale. And the honey mead is, when you try it, is just delicious. He heated it up a little bit, using a very, very small, or a stove that he barely has lit, but he's putting in a special effort and heating it up just a little bit, not enough to heat the tavern, which is bitterly cold, but enough to give the honey mead a little bit of warmth. And you drink it down, and my goodness, it is delicious. It warms you from the inside. It's sweet, but not so sweet. It's got a little bit of an alcoholic bite to it, maybe like about a wine level, like 13%, something like that. So it's alcoholic, it's warm, it's delicious, and it's worth that silver that you laid down. There's a couple of fishermen in here as well. It's not an especially big tavern, but they're keeping to themselves. And the half-orc owner, he says, enjoy the mead, and I'll be back with some knucklehead trout for you momentarily. And he disappears.
Thank you, good man.
I toss him a gold piece for the payment.
Oh, sure. Oh, thank you kindly, sir. Thank you kindly.
Thank you from me for the meat.
By the way, friends, this did you say this was honeymead?
Yes, honeymead.
I think I've heard this rumor actually. In if is honeymead produced in good mead?
Yep. I'll drag you back to the other map just for a second. Yeah, so you're up here. It's produced in Goodmead, which is down at the bottom. Which you haven't visited yet.
I actually heard this rumor. I heard the town speaker of Goodmead. Got killed some time ago recently by a giant that stole the rest of the honeymead shipment.
Ooh. That's interesting.
What kind of a giant?
I think the rumor said he was about 9 foot tall or something. So, the big guy.
But not the kind of giant we fought at the cave, because that one was even bigger.
Could be. I'm not sure. 9 foot. Anyway, it seems like he said it was the last barrel, didn't he?
Yeah. He comes back with your fish. The fish are served ceviche, I think that's how he said. So it's effectively raw fish, but it's been treated with some type of vinegar, which kind of
sushi.
Yeah, it kind of cooks it a little bit with the acid and the vinegar, and adds some spice to it, but it's pretty much just a raw fish in vinegar. And he says, well, enjoy. This will be 2 copper pieces around, so 12 copper pieces all around for the meal.
I'll give him a silver and 5 copper, just with a little tip.
He nods once again. So I heard
copper.
the same. He says, I heard the same thing about the giant that apparently killed the speaker of Goodmead. So I don't know what's happened there, but I'm not one to gossip. But also here, right next to Goodmead, down in Dugan's Hole, there's some winter wolves that are terrorizing the people, and I don't know how big they are, but some people have said they're as big as horses, and smarter than normal wolves too. So you didn't hear it from me, but apparently there's some huge, intelligent winter wolves stalking outside of Dugan's Hole, and the people there are apparently quite afraid. So my advice: stay clear of both Goodmead and Dugan's Hole. I mean, if Goodmead was twice as nice as they claim to be, they would have shipped out the Goodmead, but shipments have stopped, and I think they're just being selfish and hoarding it for themselves, if you ask me. So stay clear of Goodmead and Dugan's Hole. Goodmead, selfish bastards, and giants and wolves, too dangerous. Stay away from there. But anyway, a little dark there. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen. And the half-orc leaves.
Sorry, before you leave, I
Yes.
have another question for you. We came across some animals, and we've got some pelts to sell. Is there any chance a merchant in town, or a traveling merchant, with whom we could speak?
Well, we did have the traveling merchants come here. That was about a month ago. Odd you would ask that. But yeah, there are some merchants around here. I'm sure could buy the pelts from you. I suggest you wait till morning though. Maybe take your time in the east side. No beds available here, but the east side will take care of you.
And is there anywhere in town where we could spend the night? Some beds?
Yeah, the east side.
Yeah, that's the east side.
Oh, I thought that was the merchant.
No.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. By the way, we've when our friends here described the town, they mentioned that there were fires lit to warm the people, but we haven't seen any fires. How come?
Well, this blasted winter has gone on for nigh on 2 years now. I'm sure you're well aware. We know that everybody suspects it's O'Reilly, the Frostmaiden, who's doing this. And I know every town around here is making sacrifices. Some of the more barbaric towns are sacrificing human. Some are sacrificing fish. We figure that O'Reilly likes the cold. So maybe if we keep our town cold, that maybe that will appease the Frostmaiden. So in a very real sense, we're sacrificing our warmth in the hope that it pleases the Frostmaiden.
And have any people started going sick from the cold? It doesn't seem very healthy.
All the time, people are coughing and sneezing. We've lost some of our elderly to the cold. But it's a sacrifice we're making. And I know people are dying all over the 10 towns from this cold, and then we can't farm, the crops are drying off, and all we have to eat is this blasted knuckle trout. But it's our sacrifice.
Well, knuckle trout's still better than potatoes. If that's all you have to eat for 2 years.
Yeah, I'd give anything for a potato right now.
Yeah, I bet. We would as well. By the way, any rumors around town beside the wolves that you mentioned, which is far to the south, and we've actually met some hyena-like creatures on our way here from Calvin's Cairn. Anything else to do in town while we're here?
Well, our speaker. I mean, I quite like the guy. I mean, he's a half orc as well, and he gives a nod to Garrosh and says, we're not all bad. I trust him. I think he's a good leader. Ars Mestru, he's a good guy, but he's closed down the mine.
Well, then he had to have a reason, right?
Yeah. Well, there was all news goes here through the town crier, and just recently we heard from him that the mine is closed because of monsters in there, and that's as specific as they got, monsters. But there is a reward. Anybody who can clean out the mine, you need to speak to the speaker first, but 50 gold pieces would be yours for the taking to clear out the mine.
You hear this, guys? Imagine how many barrels of honey meat we can get. Okay, once we actually secure the supply chain, right?
Well, yeah,
that's true.
The honey mead is just not coming from good mead.
We can take it. I mean, we can convince them to make it flow. I'm sure.
Well, if you convince a bunch of Shelfus bastards, you good luck to you. I hope you succeed, but I don't think that you'll be able to convince them. They're keeping them for themselves, I'm sure.
Well, we could start with the 50 gold pieces and then see to the rest. What do you say, guys?
It sounds like a good idea. But by the way, I didn't catch your name, Mister.
Oh, my apologies. My name is... He says he knows his name. Vernon Bragg. Honored to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you. Munland Stallo. We're actually looking for a man named Torga Icevein. He's a merchant of some kind, traveling to all these towns. Has he come around lately?
Yeah, about a month or so ago. He sold his wares and he was on his way. He was here for about a week.
Which way did he go?
He went initially north up to up to Lonelywood, and then he headed back south to Targos.
Huh. Oh, well, thank you for the information.
You're most welcome.
Question. As interesting as clearing out the mine sounds, shouldn't we escort Garrett to Targos tomorrow? Maybe come back here?
I can make my own way there. You've done more than enough. Quite frankly, I'm quite desperate to get back to my husband and give him a hug. But I'll be fine. I can take the halfling with me. We'll be fine.
Well, we're kind of desperate to get to your husband as well, to get our reward. Because our finances have been dwindling since we've got here, and we could use anything we can get.
We could take the reward from the kobolds. Was that, as you said, infested the mines?
Yeah.
Or the...
50
Sounds
gold
like a
pieces
job
for
that we
there.
could do. We've killed kobolds before.
What did my husband offer you?
I don't think he had. I think. Let's see.
I don't believe we were offered anything out of character, by the way.
An arm
He
and
offered
a
you
leg.
free rooms at the inn.
Yeah.
Great.
Boo. We had experience for it.
We can always just steal boy.
Oh.
No.
No, we'd never do it.
Garrett, would you consider going with us to the mine with Boy and the
Well,
grumpy halfling?
No, I grab him by the shoulders and I say, Garrett, don't do that. You've lived through enough. Go home and let the kobolds for us. Come on, I need at least like 5 kobolds myself. You know, you'll be happy if I leave enough kobolds for you guys.
Yeah, Garrett looks
Fine.
momentarily confused with both of you giving him contradictory advice, and he does want to see his husband, but he does owe you a life debt, as it were. So, who was talking there? Stello, make a persuasion check. I'm going to say straight persuasion, because disadvantage because he wants to see his husband, but no, it's straight, just a straight roll. There's too many things going.
It's fine if we don't want him with us. He can go home. I don't mind. It was just an idea. So there's no need to persuade him to stay.
Okay. Well, he says, well, thank you. I'd love to help, but my husband's waiting, and I'm sure Perilou here has her own business to take care of. And she says,
Yes.
yeah, I'll make my way back to Bryn Shander. It's not far from Targos, and maybe we'll meet up again there, but yeah, me and Garrett owe you a life debt.
I'd advise not going to Bryn Shander. They've started taking drawing lots, and if your name ends up picked out of the barrel, you'll be exiled, naked, and left to die in the cold.
I've seen it before, but this is also happening in Targos and East Haven, so I think I'll take my chances in Bryn Shander because it's a larger town and the odds are quite low.
Yes, okay. And Garrett, do not worry. Time should be spent with family. It would be fine for you to get back.
Well, I shall make my way first thing come the morning. And if you ever come back through Targos, be sure to come in and meet me and Keegan. Would at least prepare a nice meal for you. It's the least we could do.
Thank you, Garrett.
Garrett sheds a tear and says, "You are a good man, and let's drink to that. Another round."
Another round comes out if you want the same round as before.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, if you wanted the same thing and the same tip, you could throw out another gold for another round of honey mead. and another
Okay.
round of the ale.
Perfect.
And
Wasted.
the innkeeper, the half-orc innkeeper, comes up and goes, well, I hope you enjoy this honey mead, because it's literally the last we have, so enjoy. You've drunk up their supply of honey mead.
Are they happy about that?
This is Vernon Bragg's. This is what he does. He makes money by selling honey mead at usually inflated prices, but a silver piece for a mead is ridiculously high. But supply and demand, he's a businessman. A couple of the other people give halfway glances at you, looking at your extravagance to spend a full silver piece and throwing around gold pieces. So there's you're throwing around money to buy luxury goods, so people are looking at you sideways in these troubling times. But nobody looks threatening. It's just like a bunch of rich people not around here, drinking up the last of the honey mead. And they're very noticeably not drinking honey mead, because a silver piece, that's a lot of money to these people.
All right, guys, I think it's time to end today. And let's see if we can head into the mines tomorrow.
Yes, let's. Do we want to talk? Do we want to visit the town hall and talk about the mine before we go to sleep, or do we do that tomorrow?
I think it's quite late already. I don't think he'll still be working.
Okay, tomorrow then. Off to the east side, I guess.
Okay, so you make your way through town, looking at it. It's a nice town. Houses are in reasonably good repair. No fires are lit though. And you cut your way through, and you make your way to the east side inn. Just get my notes. So the inn, so what from the outside looks just like a house. Separate houses. They all appear to have the east side written on them. It's kind of a bit odd. There's several houses, but you enter into one of them, and you notice, in fact, these houses are connected, and these tunnels underneath the ground. And just by looking at the geometry of the place, you figure you could visit any one of these houses by just going through the underground tunnels. So it looks from the outside like separate houses, but it's kind of like a single structure connected by underground passages. They don't have a bar here. It's purely a place to stay for the night. And you see the innkeeper. She's a human. Looks quite young, maybe 16, 17. Quite thin. And she's kind of cleaning up the floor and doing some things. And she's singing a quiet tune to herself. And you take a moment. It's quite a nice tune. This is what she's humming under her breath. And as she finished humming for a little bit, she looks up and says, "Hi folks, you're looking for a place to stay for the evening?"
Indeed, if you have any rooms free, that would be appreciated.
I'm sure we could get some rooms free. And she kind of wipes her brow. She's working. I guess she doesn't wipe her brow because it's just too cold for her to sweat, but she does look quite tired. Yeah, so a room for the night, sure. Can you just make yourself comfortable for just a quick second? I just need to go attend to my father. He's not feeling terribly well, so just give me a moment. I'll attend to my father. How many rooms are you looking for? I see there's 6 of you. Are you looking for separate
Yes.
rooms or gonna bunk up?
We can double up.
Okay, so 3 rooms. Okay, so let me prepare the rooms. Tend to my father, and I'll be right back. And she disappears up, down under the ground, and you assume into one of the other houses. And you're left kind of in like a foyer almost to your devices. And can you make me perception checks, please? Okay. Okay. All right. Now, oh, very good. Nice rolls. Theodore and Garrosh are obviously looking at somewhere else. Garrosh, not the most perceptive people at the best of times. She is as I said, a teenager, human, pale, blackish hair, just tied up in a ponytail, very functional. The thing you do notice is at one point when she's bending down to something, her necklace kind of comes out, and there's something at the end of the necklace. And it's a ring, and you get a quick glance at it. It's quite a remarkable ring. It looks as if it's made by wood, from wood, but the wood is very, very well polished. Inside of the wood is some fur lining, and on top of it, carved very nicely, it's very elegant, are 2 uh, rodent-type creatures. It might be a rat, it could be a raccoon, something like that. Dangling from her shoulders, and she quickly tucks it back into her top, and she goes and tends to her room. Tends the rooms. Unless you guys have something you want to do.
When she comes back, you mean in the meantime, before she comes back,
Yeah,
or after she comes back?
before she comes back. So whatever you wish to do.
Nothing special. I think we need to wait for her to get to the rooms and have somebody to talk to.
Okay, so she comes back and she says, sorry about that. So if you follow me, we have 3 rooms available for you.
If I may intrude, what is wrong with your father? Is he hurt?
No, he's not hurt. He's bedridden. He's a retired fisherman. He's old. He doesn't have long to live, so I'm just making him comfortable. He's bedridden. The cold's not helping.
It's unfortunate. I was hoping that if he was just injured, I could heal him, but old age is beyond my control, unfortunately.
Yes, that is true. Anyway, follow me. And she leads you down the tunnel the way she came out before. And it's a nicely maintained tunnel. It's not just a dirt hole. There's lots of nice bits and pieces going through it. And she says, shows you to 3 bedrooms, and enjoy your night. The payment will be a silver piece each. So for the 3 rooms, that will be 3 silver.
No problem. I'll pay for that. And I'll say, if you don't mind, earlier I've noticed your ring on the necklace. It looks exclusive. I am here to look for basically magic things or interesting things, anything standing out. Would you mind sharing a story about the ring? Or anything else you might have heard of that's interesting around the town?
She hesitates for a second, and she glances around and says, "Well, the ring does have a story around it. About 50 years ago, a mysterious woman in a fur-lined cloak stopped at East Side on her way to Lonelywood." I'll take you back to the Icewind Dale so you can see what I'm talking about, just so you can picture it. So stopped at Eastside on her way to Lonelywood. Now, because the woman, she was alone and frightened, the innkeepers, a pair of retired adventurers who were my grandparents actually, they tried to console her because she was so frightened. And they gave her, these were simpler times. It was during the cold months, but not nearly as cold as it is now. And they got her a nice warm mug of honey mead and some knucklehead trout, but prepared with vegetables and a delicious sauce. And she was very, very thankful to them. But not long afterward, a howling wind burst into the inn, and the woman was tossed around like a rag doll. Now my grandparents tried to intervene, and just giving the woman time to escape as this gale just ran and wrecked inside of the inn. But the evil wind, it battered my grandparents, and they didn't die, but they were severely injured. And as a way of thank you, though, just before she left, once my grandparents, the innkeepers, were better, she gave them this ring. And the woman left, and that was the last we ever saw of her. And this ring, and she puts it on, and she looks at it all selfishly. Most of the time, I give this to my father because it has shall I say, it warms you from the inside. I'm assuming there's some magical enchantment on it. I'm not sure what it is, but it keeps me and my father warm, and we swap it as best we can between us.
That is lovely. And that is also the story of your song. Did you make that up yourself?
I did make that up myself, and yeah, you're right. It's in memory of this woman who we showed kindness to, and she showed kindness to us. And quite frankly, a lot of the people in 10 towns need to learn the lesson from this lady. And that niceness will be rewarded with niceness. I mean, I'm sure without this ring, my father would have died before now. As you know, here in Tourmaline, there's no fire is allowed. Simple cooking, but warmth is not welcome here.
It's a lovely story. Thank you for sharing it with us.
You're most welcome.
If you would have any other stories to share, we would love to hear them.
Of course, of course.
Thank you. I'll give her another silver piece just for sharing it with us.
Okay, so that'd be 4 silver pieces altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, "Well, I'll let you guys get settled. Oh, my name's Marta, by the way. If you ever need something, just ask. I'll be around, and enjoy your sleep."
Thank you, Martha.
Okay, guys, so you settle down. The boy is stuck to Garrett now that his master is back. But you do get your long rest in. I think it shouldn't really matter since your journey from where you last took a rest in Calvin's cairn went uneventfully, apart from avoiding that encounter, which is always good. And you wake up in the morning, and you hear first thing in the morning. You look outside, and there's a boy wrapped in heavy winter clothes, and he's shouting the news of the day as people pass by. It's what you've heard before. He says, "The gemstone mine is closed because of monsters. Speaker Mastew is opening 50 gold pieces to anyone who clears it out." Then he goes down the street 100 or so meters and repeats the same thing.
Guys, let's go get a job.
Yes.
Garrett, so are you leaving right now? Should we say goodbye until we see each other next time?
Yes, me and Perilou and Boy will make our way south to Targos. I'm sure my husband Keegan is worried terribly. So
Good. Good journey then. And I shake his hand vigorously.
He's about to shake your hands, but he changes it and hugs you instead and says,
Oh,
just thank you. Thank you for what you've done. Be sure to come back to Targos at some point. We'll share a meal and a drink together, and
or two.
or two at least two, and the drinks will be on us. With that,
May the stars guard your travels, Garrett.
thank
Keep
you.
safe.
So Garrett leaves. Piraloo follows him. Boy looks around and he looks a little bit sad, but he's leaving with his master. So boy, Garrett, and the halfling Piraloo leave. And what do the four of you wish to do?
I think we go to the town's mayor and inform ourselves about the job.
Okay, so back and try to go back to Tourmaline. You go head over to the town hall, and standing outside there, talking to some people, you see the person, judged by his slightly finer attire. You assume it's Oris Master, probably more so than the attire. It's a half-orc who's speaking with authority to people. And just talking to a person there. I assume you approach.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So the half-orc, as you're getting close, it says, he looks at you and sees the swords and the various things you have on you. And he yells out to you and says, you seem entirely too prepared for trouble. Are you here about the mine?
Yes.
Well, it's not why we're in town, but it is why we're with you.
Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Oris. I am the town speaker here. What are your names?
My name is Stax. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Theodore, at your service.
Munlan Stallo. Akanathi. Pleasure to meet you.
And you, my
You can call
half-orc
me
friend?
Garish.
Garish, nice to meet you. Oris, as I said. So, a few days ago, a group of kobolds crept into the mine, entering from the surface and forcing the miners to abandon their job. No one was killed, thankfully, thank the gods. But the kobolds are far too dangerous for the miners to deal with. There was also a human miner that was missing a few days before even the kobolds showed up, prompting other miners to fear that a monster might have crawled up from the Underdark. We dig deep, maybe we dug too deep. So there might be something down there in addition to kobolds. It's possible that that miner fell down the central shaft, which is deep enough that the body would never be found. So if you do indeed to go and help us open the mine, then there's 50 gold pieces in it, but be careful where you step. It is a dangerous mine.
Is it iced up like everything else?
I don't find it's relatively sheltered. It's not icy, but watch your step nevertheless.
I bump, I guess, Theodore and whisper to him, could we, do you think we should haggle for more? You know, like 50 gold pieces is nice, but we split it up and there's like not so much meat, more for me.
Yeah, or maybe if we find a gem, we can mine it and keep it. That'll be worth probably even more.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it's a good idea. If we might get more out of this, since we're risking our lives. And I'll turn to the speaker and say, would you mind if we also try to mine some gems while we're there, just to up our reward since we're risking our lives?
Tell you what, any gems you find down there are yours to keep. But we do need this mine open sooner rather than later. So,
Of course.
we don't want you mining down there for days at an end. We need this mine open.
Of course not. Just if something comes within our eyesight. Otherwise, we won't actively look for them.
Of course.
I know you desire to open the mine as soon as possible.
Okay, so 50 gold pieces it is. Any further questions?
Yes. Where is the mine?
There's a trail that should be easy enough to find. And he points off to the trail, which is rather conveniently indicated on the map. Just follow that trail. You can't miss it.
Do you have any reports of how many kobolds there were spotted? I'm a bit worried if there are enough,
Well, the miners fled. They saw at least 6 of them. Might be more. We don't know. This is the problem.
Yeah, kobolds are malicious creatures. If they had settled camp there, they would probably set up some traps as well. We'll have to be careful.
Of course. This is what I'm paying you for.
Do you by any chance have a map of the mine so we know what to expect?
Not a map per se, but I can tell you the mine is 3 levels deep. There's an underground river there. It flows down into the... there are some places which we haven't mined, but they're basically deep caverns that go deep down into, I assume, the Underdark. Deep underground. Avoid those as best you can. If you fall down there, you might die before you reach the bottom. So be careful. So 3 levels, lots of mine shafts. As I said, there's lots of rats down there, of course. Kobolds is what we heard. So
any secret passages we could use to ambush the kobolds?
No secret passages that I know of. I mean, there's lots of passages as we look for gems, but maybe a greedy miner might have covered up something, but it's nothing that I'm aware of.
Once we get to the mine, since it's sealed, who's gonna let us in? Do you have guards posted?
Yeah, we have guards posted there. So it shouldn't be too hard to get in. Easy enough.
Okay. Anything else you can think of we should know?
Let's see, I mentioned the underground river. Don't fall into the Underdark. Rats. And
don't die.
Don't die would be good. But,
we'll try to not die. Okay, thank you. We might as well go there since it's morning. Yeah. You probably don't mind if we just get to it.
Oh, go for it. I mean, the sooner the mine's open, the better.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll be back to hopefully report that the mines can be open again.
Okay, so you make your way. The following the trail is easy enough.
Do we need any supplies? Stacks, you got arrows. Anybody else need anything?
I should still be good with arrows.
I'm good.
We should go to the inn and take some ale with us. Just in case we need to spend more
Didn't
time.
we just drink the last of it?
We drank the last of the honey meat, and ale we can drink when we're back.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Any torches, any rations? Are we all set?
I've got some rations.
Yeah, we can't
case.
actually eat any because we always had some dead goat or something, right?
Yeah, and the pot.
How many torches do we have? Because I only have one left. I mean, I have dark vision, but
I have
they're
10.
useful for other things.
I've
Just
still
10
got a
torches.
good 9 torches left. So
Oh, okay, we're covered then.
We can
Okay, I
literally
guess.
kill something with just throwing torches on it. But let's go.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so it's about a 30-minute walk there. You come across and there's guards there. It's boarded up. It's not terribly well protected. And the guards say, "Something we can help you with?"
We're here on behalf of the speaker. We were hired to clear out the mines of the kobolds and rats and whatever we might meet down there.
Well, better you than me, put it that way. And they open up the mine entrance to you, and you descend down into the mine. The mine, and you descend like about 60 feet, and you come into a chamber. I can drag you across to the map now of the gem mine. So you should be able to see the area around you.
Mm-hmm.
So you descend these steps, and you see racks against the side of here that hold picks and hammers. The rack is nailed to the wall of the small cavern, and the floor is covered with rock dust and tracks.
but I can't see anything. I guess it's because of lack of dark vision.
Yep.
Would I? I guess I'll light a torch if I can't see anything.
Yep. I'll put you back over there, Stax, because you're standing on Garrosh. But yep, you can light up a torch.
Is Stella the one without dark vision?
Yeah.
I can make you a trinket that will emit light for like 5 feet and 5 additional feet with dim light, just in case of emergency. You can have it with you all the time.
Oh,
Like I can even infuse one of your buttons if you want to.
oh, that seems.
So you don't have to hold it in your hands.
Yes, that's great. And in magic, is it this thing you call science?
Yes, it's a little bit of science, a little bit of genius, and a little bit of magic.
Oh, yes,
Everything.
that would be amazing. Thank you, Theodore.
So what are you using? The torch has the advantage that it's a lot brighter, which it has a 30 foot.
Yeah, but if you can't like hold a torch, that is still at least minimum visibility.
Yep. So what are you doing, Stello?
Yeah, I guess
that's a
I'll,
long text. It's
Yeah,
in the second paragraph.
Yeah, I could take a little LED button, and I guess if you could do it on a little rock, I could put it in my eye socket.
Anything you want.
Yeah, I want an LED eye.
Okay, so it does extend 5 feet, or 5 feet with bright light, then another 5 feet. So you should be able to see that now.
I'm gonna cancel out the first magical tinkering that I did, where I made the coin smell like Stalo's crotch, and replace it with this one.
All right, very good. Okay, so you have I assume you can see a little bit now, right? 10 feet in front of you, Stello?
Yep.
Okay, so good. So the rest of you have night vision, but Stello, you're relying on this light. And of course, your hand's free now, which is good. You don't need to hold the torch.
You can still carry a torch if you want to. It's just that if you drop the torch, you still have some light.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll try to stick with this LED eye for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, so you descend the stairs. One assumes the light was cast before that. And, yeah. You're in the mine, as I said. There's yeah. So explain the There's some tools against the wall. Yeah. And dusty tracks on the ground here in the dust of the mine.
Stacks, are you gonna take point?
Yeah, if you guys want to. Yeah.
I guess that would be a good idea.
So there's a lot of options around here. 3 entryways, and Gavroche, you said something about traps? Well,
We have to be careful because kobolds are pretty harmless alone, but in a group they are nasty creatures and they set up traps. I'd be careful where you step.
alright.
And also, let's not split up because we have enough time. We can do it together.
That's true. That case, let's check out this tunnel first, and shall I sneak ahead a little bit to make sure that we can surprise them if need be?
Do what you
Sure.
are best at.
Right, then I'll try to stealth ahead and keep an eye out for traps.
Okay, so make me a stealth check, and make me an perception check to see if you can spot any traps. Okay, I'll let you know if you spot any, but not in the immediate vicinity.
Hmm.
No, the map, it's always a little weird having a grid over a cavern. So you go ahead a little bit, and you glance ahead down into this area here. And there's some benches and tables here. Gravel and pebble are strewed on the ground, and scattered across the floor are a few hammers, picks, and broken lanterns. You suspect this is where maybe the gems are cleaned. And there's a little 7-foot gap there. Easy enough to climb down.
Okay, then I'm just gonna climb down.
Okay.
And
Easy enough to do.
give a small shout out to the rest, like you can follow.
We are following you.
Don't go too far.
I'll just keep an eye on the walls as well, just to see if we find any gems. Actually, if we can take 10 minutes, I can cast Detect Magic, and we'll see if we detect anything from afar.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
you take the 10 minutes, you cast Detect Magic, and nothing.
And then I follow
nothing
Stacks. I think it lasts for 10 minutes, so I'll just keep an eye out, or my senses out, for magical things as well.
Okay, and then we have this beautiful pit.
Yeah, and you look down, and it's you don't want to be falling down there. You can't see the bottom, but you do see this waterfall that is still flowing. I remember the town speaker mentioned that there was a river that still flowed, and it's just descending down into the Underdark.
Yeah.
And these planks, the planks are relatively well made. Like there's no gaps in them. And you walk across,
Yeah.
great. Straight way to the underground.
Yeah. It's a long time to regret that you're falling.
Now, so at the end of the corridor here, this is the end of this section of the mine. You see a wooden pulley system that has been constructed around a large hole in the floor. Now, a bucket big enough to hold a humanoid is held by thick ropes, and the alcoves contain various mining equipment. So there's a big bucket here. Any one of you could sit on it. Might be a little bit of a squeeze for Stello in particular. And then there's a pulley system that would lower you down.
Shall we investigate the rest of the level first before we go down to the lower level.
If you think that's wise, sure.
I mean, we have to investigate the whole mine.
Imagine we are running away, which is not gonna happen. But if it were to happen, and there were like 10 more kobolds, and we just ran into them, let's just check out if there is anything else on this level.
Okay, I'll go back into the cleaning space.
Okay. Everybody make me a perception check as well.
Can I also use my tinkering tools to jam this pulley, just so the kobolds don't use it, and but not so that we can't use it later?
Okay, sure. Easy enough to do. With your skill of tinkering, and it's not that hard to jam a pulley at the best of times, so that is jammed effectively. So you'll gather back up into the room. And just hold out here for a second. I just need to whisper something to somebody. And it takes me time to type a thought. That was to you, Stax. So, what do you guys wish to do?
I'll just
Continue
stay
on.
back for a little bit. I'll
Okay.
think I heard something. Garage, I said stay back.
Are you still stealthing, Stax? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm stealthing. I'm just stealthily moving ahead to see what I see.
Okay, make me another stealth check. Okay. Actually, I didn't see yours in time there, Theodore, so I'll whisper the same thing to you.
Sure. Okay. I'll whisper to Stalo since he's next to me. There was some muttering under the walkway. I don't know what they were saying, but I think there's something on the level below.
Below us.
Yes, but we still need to clear this level first.
No,
Yes.
not underneath. Literally underneath the walkway, as if something was clinging on the other side of it.
Oh.
Oh.
So it wasn't from down below in the Underdark. So,
But we're talking about this walkway to the south.
Yep.
Around the hole.
Something was
sorry.
clinging.
I'll gesture.
In your opinion, something was clinging underneath of it, and they were muttering something very, very quietly. But with yours and Stax's perception, yep. You pick it up.
I'll gesture Garrosh over as well, and say, I don't know if anyone noticed, but I think there were some creatures under the walkway. I heard some muttering. I don't know the language, but I think someone was there.
I heard it too.
We
No,
could
it's cool.
perhaps lure them to us.
No, they are
We
not
could
coming
try.
out.
We could also try to get around them towards the river, and from atop the waterfall, I can try to peek underneath there.
Good idea.
Although it might be, yeah. It might be practical if someone stays here to make sure they don't run after us and attack us in our back.
Okay, I can do that.
I could leave a bonfire in the tight corridor, so they might not. They would have to jump past it, or to get to us.
I do have another idea. If you're interested, I could cast Mage Hand and just go under the walkway and see if it hits anything. Maybe it could even hold a torch.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's gonna hit something. The question is what it's gonna hit.
Well, we wait and see what climbs up.
Well, if the kobolds see a magical hand with a torch, they will be surprised.
And if there's more of them, which I think it's safe to assume since I heard several voices, we could easily bottleneck them here in this hallway.
Yeah, let's do it. So Stax, you are going to the river?
Or maybe I could use my magical tinkering and have an item emit some sound, and I could fake some growling or somebody screaming for help or whatever to get their attention. That's also an option.
Yeah. Did you say you knew Dwarvish, Theodore?
I do.
Maybe you could hit the wall with your weapon and say some dwarven mining tune and see if they come investigate.
Sure, I could yell that I found a giant gem, and if they understand it, we'll see what happens.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they've already know what we are because.
Yeah, but they're waiting for something.
They are waiting for us to trip some trap. I'm sure it.
I'm gonna take. Yep.
What do we do?
I mean, I would take. I would do both things that I said. I maybe use a copper piece to infuse it and have it emit the sound of some dwarf yelling out, and at the same time walking over the walkway with the magic hand that's holding a torch, so they would think that somebody's on the walkway. Or maybe just emit sounds of steps, so they think we're there.
Well, if you're doing that, I'll just stand just around the corner, see if I notice anything, and if they're kobolds, shoot them.
Okay. I guess I'll prepare like a copper piece or whatever to emit some sound, cast magic hand, and I'll borrow one of the torches from someone who has more than one.
From me.
Light it, and then we'll do that.
So the idea is the mage hand is going to go underneath the walkway and see what bump. Or
at first it'll go over the walkway. If they don't react, I'll put it under the walkway.
Okay, and what a sound is it emitting?
Just in Dwarvish, like a happy yell that I found a huge gem.
Okay, make me a performance check to see how well you act.
Okay.
Okay, so you let out a yelp of delight and say, you found a gem. Nothing untoward happens, nothing. Yep, just...
Okay.
Yep.
Then I'll move my mage hand to go over the ledge and under the walkway, see if it scares anything.
The torch, letting a very bright light, goes across the walkway. Nothing happens. Gets to just before the bucket lift. Nothing happens. So you come around and you switch it to the other side of the walkway and start going. And I'm gonna make a roll for something here.
Interesting.
So, initially the torch doesn't hit anything, but when it gets to... I'm going to put a torch on here so we can keep track of it. Oh, where's my torch go? Oh, there it is. Got two torches. So here's the torch here. And once it gets to about there, it bumps into something. Can you roll me a D4, please, Theodore? So you hear a little squeal of pains, and then whatever is under there is not making itself hidden anymore, and you see these two creatures scampering up on the other side, figuring their ruse is done. And they are indeed kobolds. And we're going to roll initiative in just a second. As these kobolds scramble up. It's going to take them some time to scramble up, but scramble up they will. And I'm going to show this again because I love it so much. 3 kobolds in a trench coat. How can you not like that? So you see them start scampering up. They didn't like being burnt by a torch. Let's do some initiative. Escape. All right. So, Theodore Stacks. I think you missed your token again there, Stacks. So just re-roll and put the 17 back up there.
Mm-hmm.
2 are missing.
Would
Is
it
it
have been
everybody?
okay that Stax had prepared an action? Because I said Stax is gonna stand there and shoot if it's a
Sure.
kobold.
Okay. So, you see them just scampering up the side. One of them's right in front of you and one of them's there. If you want to attack the far one, you can do so. I think it's going to be an advantage. This one would be a straight roll, because you get advantage because it's clambering, but disadvantage because it's so close. Yes, they do get names. And this one, you can just get a straight advantage shot on it. So that would, I assume, be your preference.
Yeah, but I believe it's still normal roll because I'm in melee with something.
Okay, sure. That's a... no, you're not. It's climbing, so I'll give you advantage. But normally,
okay.
yes. But it's still climbing up the side there. Duck rolls a 13. Despite the good angle you get onto it, these kobolds are wearing some sort of hide armor, and it bounces off harmlessly. So,
Bad rolls.
that was your prepared action. No one else was doing anything, so we come around to the normal thing. And this one manages to scramble up on top. This one manages to scramble up as well. I'm going to get him have an attack on you, Stacks, but because of his difficulty getting up, it's going to be a difficulty. But this little kobold just has a little dagger at his side, and he tries to stab it into you. And he rolls a 14, which just misses, so
Yep.
swipe out the way, no damage done. The second one is going to try and throw a dagger at you, same type of thing. Let's have a little... Throws it. This one does it even with disadvantage. Of AC is 15, right?
Yep.
So as it's climbing up, throws this. You dodge your first one. The second one digs into you for 4 points of piercing damage. And you kind of grab it out of your leg and throw it to your ground. And now it's your turn, Stax.
I drop my bow and take out my rapier and take one step forward. Or I'm not even gonna take out my rapier, and I'm gonna try to perform the shove action.
I was hoping someone would do that. The shove action, you necessarily need to do a strength check. You don't get to do acrobatics, so do an athletics check. And I'll contest it by his dex, and his dex was a 13. So you need to be a 14 or... Oh! This is the one directly in front of you?
Yeah, well, this one, because this one would be more pushed to the side, and this one would be pushed straight into the hole.
So Stax, you get right up into this kobold's face. It's grinning as it sees the blood trickling down your leg. You get up into its thing and push it, and yeah, that has gone the way of the Yeti. And down it goes, down it goes, down it goes, and it is dead. So usually Stax is hiding in the shadows, getting the perfect shot, but sometimes a shove to the face is equally as effective. So well done, Stax.
I would probably have been a kick to the face.
A kick to the face, wherever you want to flavor it. Yep, but a kick to the face, and the kobold, thinking it had the mither of this rather lithe young elf, doesn't. And I see you have GM inspiration on it, but I would have given that for you anyway because it's cool. So you see, you maybe see Stax, I don't know. But Stello, what do you do?
I'm gonna take one more step just to
Sure.
take the place and.
Let's see. Would I get past Theodore, or is it too?
You can. You just can't end your turn in Theodore's space, so you can.
Yes.
You almost just step over Theodore, being that you're twice as tall as him.
In that case, I'll attempt the same thing as Stax and try to shove the kobold.
You can do that. It's going to be a disadvantage because there's a bit of a rock over here, which is giving him some protection. So you can make your athletics check, but it will be at disadvantage. Is that what you wish to do? So his dex, there's a 4. So unless you're a real 4. So in the event of a 5, nothing changes. So he doesn't fall. So you push him, he pushes back, and he's holding on for dear life. But your push action does not succeed. That's a terrible roll. Mind you, it was a disadvantage, but still.
Yeah.
Is that your turn?
And I'll end my turn there.
Okay, Garrosh.
Okay, can I get anywhere across everyone? So, like, this is double expense, right? So it's like 25 feet here and 20 feet here. Maybe here? No.
Stello is there. So you can get to this square, no problem. But then there's a Stello in your way.
Okay. Actually, I can like do something with one kobold. Great. So. Well, I guess it's great sword to the face.
All right. Great sword to the face. So you bring your mighty greatsword down there, and you just obliterate this kobold. I'm going to say half of it falls down into the cave, and the other half just collapses onto it, onto the walkway there.
Should we have asked them something first?
Well, this one's still falling. You can
you can probably try something. And Stack's gonna jump back to avoid the blood spatters and say, well, I think my way was a bit cleaner. But well.
You think maybe next time we could take a prisoner to question them? Provided we can even speak their language, of course.
If they do not try to stab me or throw daggers at me, I'll be willing to give it a shot as I scrape open my bleeding arm.
Understandable, of course.
Do you want to check out the rest of the level before we go down?
Yes.
Yes, let's do that.
Is your wound gonna be okay? Do you require healing? Or should we
I
save
should be
that
fine.
for later? Okay.
I'll just give the big, quick wrap around. It's just a flesh wound. Shouldn't be too bad.
Did the second kobold also fall down, or is he actually on the walkway?
Half of it did, half of it didn't.
Anything useful on him? On the half that stayed?
Let's have a look. The upper half is on his legs fell into the mine. And
Hey, Darth Maul style.
yes. And trapped to his side is a saw, like a wood saw. Apart from that, nothing of note. He's wearing hide armor, but wouldn't fit any of you, and is quite disgusting as well as rotting in places. But there's the weapons that they were carrying. There's just a dagger.
Was he
If
just
you
trying
don't
to...
mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Was he just trying to saw the pathway just under us? What was he
That's
doing
a
with
possibility, yes.
Well, if someone wants to look, I can tell you.
Not me. I cannot see anything.
Stax or Stallo, could you hold my legs while I take a peek underneath?
You sure?
Well, yeah, I want to check.
Ah,
Because we need to warn the miners if they continue walking over it.
So, Theodore, you get prone on the ground, and Stax and who was the other one? Stello, hold firmly onto your ankles, and you don't weigh a whole lot. But you look under the side and kind of just peer up without really dangling, and you can see the kobold. They're looking to sabotage this walkway. They've started to saw some of the struts so it would collapse, but it doesn't look as if they've quite finished their job. They seem to be midway through sabotaging this. I mean, plainly, the walkway is safe because Theodore and Stax are standing on it. So it looks as if you caught them midway through trying to sabotage this walkway. But for the moment, they haven't finished it and it is safe enough. If nothing else, you haven't fallen to your death. So they were sabotaging it, but they had not yet finished.
Okay, I'll warn the others. Maybe we should take the walkway, 1 or 2 people at a time, not all of us at the same time. And we'll have to remind ourselves to warn the miners when we come back, when we go back to town, so they can fix it.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we're off to the other tunnels. Stax, wanna do the honors?
Sure.
So
Stealth
roll me
check.
another stealth check. Okay.
And
way you
also checking for traps.
Okay. Make me a perception to see if you can spot any. I'll let you know if you do.
And I'm gonna have a peek around this corner.
Okay, you peek around that corner in your stealthy thing. And what you see in that room, well, first of all, you see the river, which you assume just feeds into the waterfall. So an underground river flows through the far side of the cavern, which is supported by a natural stone pillar near the water's edge, which is this thing here. Between you and the river, though, are 2 halfling-sized grey rodents with long tails and beady eyes. But they don't appear to have noticed you. But these things are as big as Theodore.
I'll take a shot at one.
The
first one I see.
Okay, well, as soon as you see one, feel free to do it. So move into the cavern, and if you see one, when you see one, you can take a shot. It will be at advantage. It does not see you. But it will in a second. 22. 22 absolutely hits this giant-sized rat. So 12 damage. So you skewer it. It lets out a little and dies. I don't think this is going to be very difficult for you guys, but we need to do this anyway because there is another giant rat in there. I was an 11. Alright. So, Stax immediately skewers this first thing. You hear screaming sounds inside. And Stax, you're first to act again. You don't yet have eyes on the other rat, but you know it's in there somewhere.
I'm gonna stealth again.
Okay, it's a bonus action, yep. So make me your stealth roll. Okay.
And gonna walk in and gonna take another shot.
Okay. It'll be sneak attack damage given it doesn't see you. So at advantage. Man. Oh, they have exactly... yeah, they have exactly 12 hit points each. And both... oh no, they have 7 hit points. 7 hit points. So, that was their AC. So, regardless, you skewer the second rat. And can't help but feel slightly cool because you took care of this danger. All by yourself. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm
Rat's
gonna
dead.
retrieve my arrow and walk back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those rats are pretty big.
What
Two of them
rats?
Well, just
Do we
follow.
make a barbecue?
You could try, although I'm not sure if there's really nice to eat. But it's not fish, so, well, you've got that going for you.
Can I check this corner over here if I see any gems where I stand?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
There's some rubble in here. Maybe I'll get rich.
Can I aid him?
Sure.
Awesome.
Okay.
So at advantage or as
Advantage.
what's that? Okay, advantage. Investigation. Wow.
Ooh.
You do find some gems
Wow.
embedded in the wall. It would take quite a bit of effort to get them out, though.
I can do that. I have some.
We
pickup.
have mining picks and everything.
Quite a bit of
Pancakes and
effort, I mean, in
hammer.
terms of time.
Mm.
We
Take
have
you-
time. We have plenty of time.
Sounds like someone
Yeah,
wants
Rush.
those gems.
I suggest we do that once we've cleared this heaven system. If you don't mind, because if we're gonna take those out, it's gonna make a lot of noise, and I'd rather not have
Sure.
a dagger to my face.
Let's kill the little buggers first and then return here. What do you
Yeah,
say?
it's like the normal way of doing things: killing first, looting after. Let's just
Ooh.
Okay. So put a little note on the
I'm-
map here that there
I'm
are
just-
some gems here. Garrosh, though,
around.
as you go around the corner there, you
Yeah.
do see some other gems that look much, much easier to get at. Right,
Hey,
right in this corner here, there are some
Oh.
gems. It wouldn't take you terribly long either. So you see small gem deposits in the ridge and the walls of this cave gleam seductively. And if you have a miner pick, you can try and get some out, and it wouldn't take terribly long, just a few minutes.
okay, how do I roll anything or?
Yes, you're gonna roll me a D100.
I'm
Okay,
just gonna
so-
move to this hallway just to guard it if anything
Okay.
comes.
Okay, so I take the small
Pick.
pickaxe, miner's pick from my backpack, and I start hitting away, trying not to smash the gems, which might
Yeah,
happen.
This is the challenge, yep. And you want to roll high, by the way. 34, you
Well.
start digging and gouging, but you just don't get anything purchased out, unfortunately.
Oh damn!
Theodore, would you like to try?
Sure.
Okay, so either borrowing Garrosh's pick or using your own, you can also roll me a D100.
Can I tell him, like, can I give him advantage?
No. This is a luck of the draw thing. So Theodore, you dig around, see these gems, and you find one, but it's so small it's not even worth anything. You thought it was a bigger one, but not good. Stello, you're going to give it a go.
Sure, why not?
Same thing. D percentile, D100. Higher the
Guidance wouldn't help here, right?
Yes.
better. Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
No.
It's
Stacks?
Chad's in here.
Thanks,
All right, let's give it a
we're
go.
gonna decide if we are ever gonna become miners or not.
Yeah.
I think the answer is no.
Yeah.
Think
Yeah.
rich miners.
No. I mean, this is very much the lot of the miner, right? You dig and dig and dig and dig and dig, and eventually you get lucky. But by the time you guys spent, you do not get lucky. Tell you what, if you remember, on the way back out, I'll give you another roll. But for now, you've exhausted your options of getting any valuable things out of there.
I just growl and say, like, this mine sucks.
Well, let's just go down the mine and do our job.
Yeah, let's hope we'll have more kobolds to kill.
Okay.
I'll just
And-
shove the rest of the kobold down there as well.
Okay.
Careful, one or two people at a time, just in case.
Yeah, I'll wait for Gareth to pass.
If
I'm
Garrosh
going
gets
on.
across safely, Stello and Theodore, you make your way across. It's inherently creepy, right? There's no handrails and there's a very, very long drop to the bottom. But you hold your nerve, you get across, and now there's this bucket lift. The bucket lift, assume Theodore undoes the damage that he did to it to jam it up. And yeah, you can. The idea is that you would sit in the bucket and you'd hold on to the rope and you'd lower yourself down by just feeding it through your hand.
Should I go first if there's anything dangerous?
Well, close combat, you're a bit better than I am, so I wouldn't mind.
Right, so if you don't mind, guys, I'll just
Of course.
sit on the bucket.
Okay,
Go
sit on the
ahead,
bucket.
Gareth.
It's a little bit of a tight squeeze, but easy enough to do.
Constantly squeeze in. Try.
And then you
It looks
grab hold
funny,
on the rope. There's almost a little trap door that you release underneath it, so you're dangling. But the pulleys are arranged in such a way that it's no great strength check, and you gradually lower yourself down and down and down, and it takes a full minute. And I dragged you over to somewhere else, Garrosh, which is where you've ended up.
Okay.
You can just pull on the pulley and raise the bucket up again if you like. Easy enough to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, I'm doing that.
So it took him a full minute to get down there. So if you guys were doing anything in that minute, let me know.
No.
And Garrosh, are you just hunkering down there while you wait for your companions?
I'm looking around. Do I see anything strange? Like traps or steps, like tracks?
Well, if you're moving around, you'll need to move around.
Stealthily.
From like this place, do I see any tracks or any traps or anything strange from here?
You make me a survival check.
Okay. From
Trying to read the ground.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see some tracks and you follow it around in a circle, and you get to the end of the circle and there's another set of tracks, 2 sets of tracks. So you follow it around again and you find 3 sets of tracks all of a sudden, and you realize you've been tracking yourself and you've been walking in a circle.
Wow.
Okay. So you look around, nothing. So I assume you're doing that while the next person comes down, and the next person coming down is...
I think Stacks.
Stax. So Stax, same thing. You grab the bucket, you're dangling off, but it's easy enough to feed the rope through it. Once again, it takes a full minute to get down, and you pop up here, right next to Garrosh, for some reason walking in a circle. So Stax, while the other people, so you raise the bucket back up to the top with Theodore or Stello, and what are you doing while you're waiting?
So Theodore, you want to go next, or should I?
I'll inspect the contraption to see how the last person will go down. Is it possible to lower him from the bottom, or is he stuck up there without other people to run it?
No, once you get to the bottom, there's a rope there that you've been feeding through your hands, and you just pull on the rope and the bucket will appear at the top again. So
okay,
easy.
I'll go last then.
Okay, so while Stello is coming down, are Stax and Garrosh doing anything? Garrosh, you're convinced there's no tracks here, so you can't do that check again, but what is Stax doing, if anything?
Stax will wait.
Okay. So, was Theodore, I think, who said it's coming down next?
I think it was me.
Oh, Stax. Stello, sorry.
Theodore's going last, yeah.
So you pop down there, raise the bucket up for Theodore. Guys want to do something while he's coming down?
I'll go this corridor to the left, and I'll try to be sneaky.
Okay, make me a stealth check. So this is before Theodore gets there.
Yes.
So what's your stealth check, Garrosh?
It will be terrible, I'm sure.
15.
Oh, not so bad.
Okay.
So I go over here.
Okay, so you sneak around the corner, and you glance around the corner, and there are table and chairs set up in this cavern to create, like, we want to assume, a space for miners to take breaks. And on top of the table, 2 kobolds are poking a giant rat with a javelin, seeming, you're not sure why they're doing it, but the rat appears to be dead. And they're kind of making screeching noises at each other. They don't appear to have noticed you. With your 15 stealth. So 2 kobolds on a table, screeching at each other, not terribly loudly, and they're poking this rat with javelins.
Do I see any trap in front of me directly?
Make a perception check. No obvious traps.
Okay, so since I'm hidden, I'll use my surprise and just run to the first kobold I see and hit him with the greatsword in the face.
All right. So let's do one of these, but you will get surprise on them. And all right. So, Stax, Garrosh, you're in. Theodore, still looking for you.
Oh.
And Garrosh, there we go. Okay, so you see these creatures going about their business, poking this giant rat. It's as big as the one that Stax took down single-handedly. And they look around as surprised just as this giant half-orc comes in. So feel free to attack with advantage, Garrosh. Wow. Wow. So this thing looks up. You come in. Yep.
Also, I have like this. I finally did a critical, and when you score a critical, you can roll one of the weapon's damage dice. So, just for future reference, I roll like one more d6.
Yep. 2d6. Your weapon does 2d6 damage, so you roll that again.
Yeah.
And what I can do, on your greatsword damage, I'm adjusting that to 4d6. Right, 2d6 from your normal critical, plus another 2d6, so 4d6. So that should happen automatically in the future. So just for fun, do you want to roll damage on your greatsword again?
okay, we can just try.
So we
Right.
check the roll.
Okay.
No, click on your critical one again. Otherwise, it won't be critical damage.
How does? Oh. Never mind.
Okay,
Yes.
but it should work. It should work. It should do 46 damage now. So on a critical, you're doing 66 plus.
What? that's way too much. No?
It is. It's how it works. So 2d6 for your normal critical, plus your
Yeah.
brutal critical. I think it's called is another 2d6. It's crazy.
Savage attack.
Savage attack. Yeah. So your savage attack, yeah, will do 66 damage. So yeah, that would have killed every one of your party members. So what happens to that kobold with that savage attack?
I split it in half, but not horizontally, but vertically. I just like split it into like a cake, basically.
All right, nice. So we have another 2 half kobolds. Okay, so that was your surprise round. So we go back in the normal initiative order. You see Theodore still coming down the slide, the thing. So you're not quite in this yet. But Stax, you see Garrosh sneak and then dash around, and you hear a rather disgusting, gurgling, meaty sound. What do you do?
That sounds like fighting and like a kobold being cut in half, because I'm familiar with that sound at this point. So I'm gonna run forward. See the other kobold and fire.
Okay. You'll get sneak attack damage if it hits. Oh, God. Oh, kobolds. My goodness. So how do you skewer that one?
It probably just goes in through the eye and just penetrates the skull, and it just this arrow probably embeds itself slightly into the stone behind it, and it just hangs there a little bit.
All right, nice.
With this type of damage.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, Theodore, you make your way to the bottom of it, and yeah, apparently Garrosh and Stax really don't like kobolds. But you're all safely at the bottom now?
And at this point,
I
I'm probably
missed
going
all
to give
the,
Garrosh a small high five. Like, tweet.
Okay. Now,
I missed all the action again.
it's over here.
Where are they? Here. Okay.
Wondering, where did everybody go?
By the way, I'll keep the saw from the kobold because it'll come in handy with my tools.
Okay, sure.
From the one on the top level.
Mm-hmm.
And
You have a saw, yep.
Stax, you want to search these kobolds as well? If you don't, I will.
Yeah, you can search them. I'm not too fond of searching through dead kobolds.
This
I'll
is all
probably
the
just,
action I get lately. I'll search the kobolds.
By the
I'm
way,
sorry, man.
I was going to have one of these kobolds flee if one of his companions died, but yeah, they didn't have a chance. So having a look around here, there's just the table and chairs, and on the kobolds, they have, where's the second time? Well, they have daggers. So there's 4 daggers between them and a javelin each. So 4 daggers, 2 javelins, and that's it. So take those if you wish.
Garrosh, you want to take those? It's easier for you to carry.
Sure, I can sell it for more ale. Perfect.
Okay, cool.
I'll just have to go how much it weighs. Can I search the red and look if I investigate it, if I see anything strange about it?
Investigating the what, sorry? The
red that they were poking into.
Oh, sure. Make an investigation check.
Yeah, it's gonna be minus Investigation.
Okay. It's a big old dead giant rat. You kind of poke around into it, and you don't know why. Maybe they were checking to make sure it was dead. You don't know, but it's definitely a dead rat.
Okay, I realize I'm just poking at the rat like the stupid kobolds did, and I just storm off the stupid rat and go away.
All right.
So, Garage, you wanna take a point again, or
Sorry?
you wanna take point again, or shall I go again? I'm not sure.
You do.
All right. And in that case, I'm gonna stealth ahead again.
Okay, stealth check.
Well, keep an eye out for traps.
Okay. Okay, you go ahead and search around. Up ahead here, it's not very obvious on the map, but this just keeps descending down, almost like a spiral staircase down below.
So this is a tunnel that goes deeper.
Goes deeper, yep. So feel free to go down there, but you haven't explored like over this area here, but that's up to you, of course.
Shall we go deeper, or wanna... That one just goes deeper and deeper. Or shall we check out the other way quickly?
Yeah, let's check out this level first before we move on.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out for more gems on the way.
Okay, make me one more stealth check since you stopped to talk to your buddies. It's probably got to be another natural 20 knowing stacks. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay, so yeah, you see what you see there. I'll let you know if there's anything unusual. You see down here, there's another very, very deep descent down into the Underdark. Over
I
here.
assume that if I look up, I see the wooden scaffolding.
Yes, you do.
That's the same one.
Yes, you do. It's the same hole. Yep.
In that case, well, nothing interesting, just the same bottomless pit. I haven't heard the thud of the kobold yet. Oh, no. Who knows if he's hit
You're
bottom
getting
yet.
a little ahead of yourself there, Stax. As you come back over here...
Oh.
Actually, I have some... which will... Oh, can I show that? So, what you see... Oh, no, I mean, just a second here. Yeah, as you're... This works on lots of levels. As you're walking back and you're looking, this giant creature who has a passive perception of greater than yours at 11. So it does see you. And this is what happens to Stax.
Oops.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
That doesn't look too good.
So let's roll for initiative. I'm just going to move you slightly to the side, and so I can
What
show
the
this
heck
one.
is this?
So I'm going to say you're sharing the same square as that creature, so you're on the square, but it's just tokens get awkward otherwise. It's obviously got surprise on stacks. I can show you the... And that is indeed the sounds this makes. Well, I hope you've all got the Sirenscape on.
Yeah.
And we're missing...
Yes.
we're missing Garrosh from Initiative there.
Ah, sorry.
That's right. So this is the art for the creature. As you see, it's quite disgusting. Anyway, so you're walking your way back stealthily as you could, and for once your stealth fails you. So these tentacles come shooting down. It has advantage because you did not see it. Actually, what's your passive perception, Stax?
That's 18.
Ooh, 18. Well, I'm going to see how stealthy it was. Maybe it doesn't get surprised on you. Let's go roll Roll that. Rolls a 10. So, you do see it coming just in the nick of time. So I'm just going to have it make a normal roll against you, not an advantage roll, because you see it just in time. But regardless, these tentacles come shooting up. And you're very lucky because that turns out to be a 6, otherwise it would have been a natural 20 with advantage. So your elf eyes do save you. So it tries to grab you and wrap you up in its tentacles. It fails, but then it tries to bite you with its ghastly beak. It's a straight roll. It rolls a 21 this time, and once again, with advantage, that would have been a natural 20. So your eyes literally saved your life there. But regardless, the beak does get purchased with a 21, and it digs into you for 7 points of damage. You hear, well, how does Stax react? I don't want to assume Stax yells or screams. What does Stax do as it attacks?
Well, there's probably some elfin way of saying fuck. And not sure what it is, but that's probably what she says.
I'm sure there's a site somewhere on the net where people go through in horrible details about the depths of the Elvish language. So somewhere on the net there's an Elvish word for fuck, and that's what you say.
Definitely something to do tonight. Dex will bonus action disengage.
Oh, smart.
And take 2 steps back. Well, fuck you to shoot an arrow. No sneak attack, straight roll.
22 hits for 10 points of damage. Got it. Okay, so your arrow stalks into the side of this rather disgusting creature.
6, 7. This is my movement. Well, all the way back to the rest.
Oh.
And
Oh, sorry. So Stack does that. We got a little bit out of order. Sorry about that. But Garrosh should have gone first. But let's do Stacks do that anyway, since he was just almost narrowly avoided a double natural 20, which might have been the end of Stacks. But Garrosh, you see Stacks fire off an arrow and scream back down the corridor.
And I'll quickly say, hovering tentacle, fuck what? Probably a lot.
Great. I just run ahead. And I shout, you lice-infested flabberdoot.
Okay.
And I just do 2 attacks on it with greatsword.
Okay.
I swing it as wide as I can in this narrow corridor.
God damn it.
To explain, I managed to configure it in the weapon damage, so it should be correct. Like,
I think you're missing a D6 actually.
Yeah.
no. It says just at one dice. So
Oh,
it should
okay.
be just one.
That's
I have
fine.
like 2 by default, so it's just a third one.
I know it says
So,
reroll the damage dice. I've always read it as if you're doing a 2d6, you add the 2d6 on there again. So I rule it as you'd have 4d6. I know it says you can roll an extra damage die, but like if you're rolling a d12, which is almost the same as a 2d6, it seems odd. So feel free to roll an additional d6, you monster.
Okay. You don't give me choice, though, I guess.
Oh my god, three of the last 4 attacks have been critical. So that's 18, 23. Okay, you take a massive slash out of this creature and it yelps in pain. It does not fall though.
It's a 33, not
Okay.
23.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
43 points of damage in 2 attacks.
I mean, I don't see anything. I cannot get any gems. But, like, hit a big time with my greatsword. That's
did.
my thing.
Okay.
And I use action surge to hit again.
Of course you can.
I think the second critical. I mean.
Yeah, you can attack again.
Okay.
So this time you swing hard and... Oh, let me check. That actually does it. 13 hits.
Really? Oh
For
well.
another 9 points of damage. And the creature, remarkably, is still holding firm. But it turns its beak towards Garrosh's direction. And all these tentacles shoot out at you. Oh, man. And they miss. But it does try and attack you with its beak. And it misses again. And I want to point out that the last 3 of my rolls, if they're at advantage, they all would have been critical. But they weren't. But with this, the creature is going to try and move away from you. So you can take attack of opportunity if you like, Garrosh.
Wow, okay.
It hits. You lop off several of its tentacles, but it's still just managing to get through, and it heads off this way.
Anybody wants a piece of flying octopus? Okay.
So it disappears
It's a
down the
two-way.
corridor.
Once it's-
Disappears. Well, you saw where it went, Garrosh. Theodore, what do you do?
I'll cure wounds on stacks.
Okay. Stello.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'll follow Garrosh.
Okay.
5, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I'll get over here and can't really see much beyond Garrosh. I'll just ask, what is it? Where did it go?
It flew over that way.
That way, he means this way.
Okay. I think I'll just... Yeah, that's as far as I can go without using my dash action, but I guess I'll stand here and just... Yeah, I'll end my turn here. I don't see...
Okay. And
What if I do
Garrosh.
Okay, I guess I should stop being a bottleneck over here. I'll go around the corner.
Okay, you don't see it.
And okay, 15 feet.
With another step,
Oh.
you still don't see it.
Oh no! It's right. I shout back. It flew away through the vertical tunnel, and I prepare an action in case it goes next to me. I'll attack it.
Okay. So you prepare an action. Stacks, you get healed by Theodore. What are you doing?
Yeah. It flew away, so I'm gonna run after it, and I'm gonna quickly share a space with Garrosh because I can't end my turn there, but I can stand there. Is that correct?
Yep.
Do I see it?
Make me a perception check. I know you roll at least 18 because of your passive perception, so if it's any lower than that... Oh, there we go. Perfect. Nope. You don't see it.
Okay. That case, I'm gonna take one step back and prepare a shot
Okay. Theodore.
for when I see it.
Sure.
I'll just move after stacks,
Okay.
and since I'm small, I'll squeeze past Stallo and get in here.
Okay.
And that's pretty much my turn.
Okay, let's cut this because you're not going to be able to see the creature now. You look and you prepare your action. You wait and wait and wait and wait. Don't see it. Somehow it's managed to escape.
Huh.
Anyone we can walk away from, right?
Yeah, let's hunt it down.
What did it look like, Stacks and Garrosh?
Yeah, I
It
didn't
was
see
like-
it either.
It was like this, this fish, octopus, they call it. But instead of like a normal head. It had a huge brain with a bird beak. Like, what the hell?
Doesn't sound natural.
Yeah, I think some mage had to make it or something like that. It doesn't seem normal. Like, I have seen monsters, but never anything like that.
Well, let's be on guard and head down deeper because I'm pretty sure that's where it went.
Damn, I
Okay.
hope there's no crazy mage who will have to fight or something.
Oh
I
well,
hope it's the only thing here.
I think so. But well, I don't think it's the only thing here. But I don't think it's a mage. The half-orc elder said that it was just that sometimes creatures come up from the Underdark. And it was probably something like this. And I'm gonna stealthily walk down.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check. Okay, so you follow the tunnel as it slopes slightly downwards. And eventually, yeah, I'm gonna drag you to over.
Wait, before we go lower, should we look for gems, or are we doing it on the way back? We can do it on the way back, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you follow the tunnel down very stealthily, rolling much better this time, and the tunnel's downward slopes ends into once again this large shaft that goes down to the Underdark. There's a wooden walkway at the end that extends from this opening and then runs westward to another tunnel in the rock. And in front of you, I'll move you around a little bit, Stax, so you can see what I'm talking about. So there's a wooden platform there. And there's a bucket system, large here, similar to the one that you saw earlier, but it dangles from a rope. You assume to get to the other side, you'd have to traverse across this bucket to get over here. And yeah. Are the rest of you following down?
Yeah, one after the other, I guess.
Okay, so Grosh goes
First-
down. Yeah, I'll let you do something while they're coming. Stack, sorry, what were you doing there, Stello?
Oh no, just saying I'm following Garrosh.
Okay, so we have the...
And Stax will investigate the wooden palisades and the platform to see if any kobolds try to destroy
Okay.
it.
So make an investigation check.
Would you mind if I take a second look, since I'm the engineer of the group?
Sure.
And I'm lighter, I guess.
Sure, so
of
Theodore,
course,
you
it-
squeeze past your larger friends. Take a look, make your investigation check.
Safe. Totally safe.
Expert opinion.
Yeah. How about I go first, since I'm the lightest? And maybe tie a rope to me, just in case?
Yeah, I take my rope from the side of my backpack and tie it around his waist and like legs to make a harness.
Sure.
And I'll cast... Oh, can I cast guidance on myself?
Yeah,
Hold on.
you absolutely can.
Okay, I'll cast guidance on myself, just in case. And I'll slow... And I already see something in the hallway over there.
Yeah. And he sees
And I
you
didn't
too.
use stealth.
But
Sorry.
he sees you and you see it. And they're kobolds. One of them is carrying a threadbare satchel and wears a pair of what is obviously fake dragon wings, made of thin wood and tattered white cloth. The kobold immediately raises its hands in surrender and says in common, and this is exactly how it sounds, "We mean you no harm. Please don't hurt us." There's no kobold basic grunting. It says in very fluent common and very clearly, "We mean you no harm. Please do not hurt us."
I'll yell back. We mean no harm to those who wouldn't harm us either. So let's test the theory, and I will walk over to the entrance of the cave, holding my hands up.
So you see another. You see another kobold behind it, and you see one just skitter out of the tunnel and go behind there. But there's this one that's talking that's got the fake wings on us. And so what do you do?
We came here because we heard that somebody chased away the miners. Was that you?
I think it was. People freak out when they see kobolds. I don't know why. But this everlasting wind has made the wilderness unsafe for my kind. And the perpetual cold dulls our wits. Please, we only want a place to stay so that we can keep out of this horrible weather. We can work. We can work for Tourmaline. We won't cause trouble, and Tourmaline will be richer for having us.
I'm sure that can be arranged. I mean, we can relay that message to the speaker of Tourmaline.
Well, that'd be good. We just seek work. We can work in the mines and, of course, give a certain percentage back to the town of Tourmaline. We just want to work and avoid this dreadful cold. And once again, the kobolds you've slaughtered before, they're not speaking nearly as well as this one.
As Stax is just standing slightly behind him with her bow raised, I'd like to do an insight check to see if he's truthful about this.
Sure, absolutely.
I would make one as well if possible.
Aren't those wings cool? Sure, insight. Okay. There we go. Oh, it's got a handout for this guy even. Full art for this guy. There he is with his glorious fake wings. And inside 17 in that.
T-Rex.
Trex.
I didn't even notice that. Correct.
Yeah, he seems to be genuine. Like he wants to work. You believe him, both of you.
Would you like to come with us to town to discuss this with the speaker, or should we just relay the message and see if he'll come to you?
Well, I know there's guards posted up top, and I'm pretty sure they're just going to attack any kobolds on sight. So I don't know, A, whether to trust you, or B, whether to trust them.
Well, we haven't killed you yet. We haven't even attacked you, so that's a good start. And you haven't attacked us, which is definitely a plus.
So what is it you are suggesting exactly?
We will return to the surface, talk to the speaker. If he agrees to talk to you and consider your proposal, we will be back, hopefully with him, so you can talk directly.
Before we do this plan, however, I'd like to ask you, have you seen the tentacled monstrosity creature that's been plaguing these tunnels, apparently?
We've avoided it as best we can. We haven't seen it recently, if that's what you're inquiring.
We did. It just attacked us.
We just fought it, and it went down this shaft, this deep tunnel. So I was hoping you'd seen it.
We have not.
Would it be okay if we continued our hunt for it.
Of course. Theodore,
And
first, before we get to that, are you genuine? If you're genuine, then make a persuasion check. If you're not genuine, then make a deception check.
Okay.
Did we roll something for tricks? He looks at you and squints his eyes and says, "Never really met a gnome that I can trust. How do I know that as soon as we leave, you go with you won't throw us down one of these shafts?"
If we wanted to kill you, we would do it now. But there's no reason to. And I admire the way you learn to speak common. That will help a lot in the future if you want to communicate with the miners. And I have to say, your wings are majestic.
Okay. Well, to be fair as well, we haven't attacked you yet either. He takes a step forward boldly.
True, but then as a sign of trust, let us hunt down this creature, and afterwards we can start the negotiations properly. And with this should be a good sign of good favor.
I'll
Tell you
also
what, you take a step forward, and he says to Stax, "Well, there's a couple of rooms across to the west. Feel free to investigate them, but believe me when I say we did not see the creature descend down here."
I believe you.
Okay, so feel free to investigate this room. Not many people trust kobolds, so I would not worry about that. Take your time.
Are there any more kobolds down here beside you?
Just the three of us.
Okay.
Can I make another insight check to see if he's truthful
Sure.
about that?
Sure. You believe him?
Can I meanwhile push Stalo a bit and with a little of runway just jump across to this side?
Jump? Can you make that jump?
Yeah, I can I have strength 19, so I should be able to jump that.
With a running start, yeah, you could hurl down this corridor and jump over.
So I tell Stalo so excuse me.
Oh, sorry. I'll stand inside to the wall and make myself thin.
Then I just jump and.
So with all this subtle talking and negotiations, Garish backs up down the corridor, and he makes the leap, no problem. But he's leaping onto a platform. How much does Garish weigh?
Good question. He's not this guy. 250 pounds.
And how much are you carrying?
260 pounds.
So, a 500-pound object. Oh, you got an O. This would be the time to say it.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have the cauldron. Just 210 pounds.
Okay, that does make a difference. Okay. Let me just check something.
Yeah, the platform just crushes them. See you in the underdark, guys.
Well, if you're gonna make a new character, it might be a high charisma character, because we're suck at this shit at this point.
Make me an acrobatics check, Rush.
Oh, that would work. Hopefully.
So you come and you leap and you're majestically flying through the air. All of a sudden it hits you. 500 pounds, including equipment, half orc landing on a wooden platform. Just at the last moment, you go into a little roll and you manage to land over the other side. A few of the boards are cracked, but not too bad. A worse roll on that garrosh, that was probably would have been the end of a garrosh. And it's amazing how many characters die from falling damage. But and how many characters died trying to be cool when there was a much safer option. But regardless, you land over there. And
Hey, are we heroes or not?
well, that was a heroic thing to say. And you peek into this room over here, and you see sparkling geodes greet you as you enter this cavern. The gems are partially exposed in places, sticking out from the walls like glassy shards. The floor raises in elevation near the eastern wall, leaving a natural wedge with stone ramps leading up to the other end.
Shiny. Okay, can I try to get some?
Yes, these ones are a lot deeper set than the other ones. So you can try, but it's going to be an hour's worth of effort. Okay, so Stello jumped over. He's thinking about mining. What is the rest of you doing?
Oh, I'm staying on the platform.
Okay. Stacks, Theodore?
Since Trax approached me while I was still here, I'll approach him as well and extend my arm to see if he'll shake it, if he's even familiar with the gesture.
He looks at your hand, befuddled. No one apparently has ever shaken a kobold hands before, ever in the history of the entire realm of Dungeons & Dragons. So no, he does not shake your hand. He's confused. You can tell he doesn't know what you want.
Yeah, I'll explain it to him. Usually when people above struck a deal, they shake their hands to finalize it, I guess. So if you're okay with us relaying your message to the speaker, we'll do that.
Yeah, reaches out the hand. It's the wrong hand. Like you're extending the right, he also extends the left. So it's an awkward handshake, but he does shake your hand.
Okay. Well, we'll be back in a while. If we find the tentacle monster, we'll try to kill it so it doesn't endanger you as well as the miners.
Okay.
And we'll be back with the answer.
Okay. I look forward to your return.
With this, Stax will start using the bucket to get across.
Okay, using the bucket is a perfectly safe method of getting across. You pull yourself across. Some floorboards over here creak a little bit disconcertingly, but not enough to collapse. And you're having a look in this room?
Mm-hmm.
Garrosh, are you following Stax, or are you gonna mine?
Yeah, no monster here, and it looks like it take hours to get it out. So I'm just following.
Okay, so both of you glance into this cavern, and the first thing that strikes you is there's a fossilized skull jutting out of the east wall of the small cave, 5 feet off the ground. So that about here, there's a rather unusual skull poking out of the ground. The skull has larger than normal eye sockets and a curious ridge between the eyes. Nothing that would pass for a nose, and 4 small holes where one would expect to see teeth.
That's a strange skull.
That is a weird thing to find here. Does it look like it's been put on a pedestal or like a special spot, or is it just something that has been someone started digging and just haven't gotten further?
It's just stuck in the cave, like the like where the kind of the brain would be. That's in the wall, and it's just jutting out there. It doesn't look as if anybody's placed it there or dug it and stuck it in. It's just sticking out of the wall. It's most
Can
off-putting.
would I know any monster or animal that would have such a skull?
This is going to be this. You're gonna need to make me an Arcana check for that.
Can I assist or do it as well as we are just discussing this?
Yeah, whichever one you want. You can give them advantage or you can do it separately. It's up to you. You might as well do it
Still
now.
separate.
Yep. You look closely at it. You.
Wow.
You don't know what it is. It's very odd.
Oh no.
Oh damn.
This is beyond anything I've ever seen or heard about.
Perhaps Theodore and Costello know something about it.
But
Let's,
as you are looking closer at it, you do notice there's some type of crystal lodged right kind of in its forehead, like right above its eyes, as it were. It's a crystal there.
Garage, do you know those stories about cursed treasures? This feels like a cursed treasure.
So I shouldn't touch it.
Probably not. But let's first get this tentacle creature and then get back here.
Guys, there is some gem. Maybe you want to take a look.
Gem. That sounds like your 40, Theodore.
I mean, there's like a skull. We don't know what it is.
Huh.
Possibly cursed.
Yeah, possibly it will kill you, but don't worry. Just use the rope, and that's already like half success.
And at this point, Stax will probably stealthily look into this cavern to see if he can spot the tentacle creature, the octopus.
Okay. Make a perception check. You do not hear any slithering tentacles or anything coming from this room. But there's lots of geodes here. There's a raised platform here, so you could mine higher things up here. But you have a look around, and there's definitely no weird parrot tentacle thing here.
Okay.
Theodore, you want to go across the bucket?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you slide across the bucket. Easy enough. And if you want to check out this skull, you can make me an Arcana check.
I show him the skull.
Mm-hmm. And the little thing poking out of it. Yeah, and Trex takes your copper and you explain it's like a contract almost. And he looks a little bit confused, but he takes it anyway. And you do recognize this with your 17 Arcana, which is what you needed. 16, no. 17, yes.
Whoa.
Okay, for a bonus inspiration point, what is this creature? Does anybody know?
Is it a creature or is it a magical artifact?
I'm giving you a D&D puzzle here. So this skull, if you can tell me what creature this is, as players, I'm going to give you a bonus inspiration. So the skull has normal then larger eye sockets, a curious ridge between its eyes, nothing that would pass for a nose, and 4 small holes where one would expect to see teeth. What is this creature? No bonus inspiration.
Can you say it again? Can you describe it again?
I'll copy it into chat.
It wouldn't be a beholder because it's got like one big eye.
It's a normal sized skull, like it's not human sized skull.
No,
is it one of those tentacle-faced creatures? Those I do not recall flayers.
Beholder, mind flayers.
Yeah.
Dello, I think that is correct. It is indeed a mind flayer or an ithilid. So if you don't have a DM inspiration, take a point of DM inspiration. But this is what, in game, Theodore finds out. Theodore knows that it's a mind flayer.
if creatures are present here, we're in big trouble. They eat brains, even small ones like mine. Or they enslave people by completely dominating their thoughts.
But it's dead, right? Cannot do anything.
This one is.
That's what they
but
look like.
it came here somehow. So let's hope we meet any of those anytime soon.
They sound terrifying.
And are those tentacle that tentacle creature connected to them in any form or way of form?
Yes, like tentacles that are attached to the edges of their mouths, and it's what they grapple your head with while they use their mouths to suck out your brains.
So would it be possible it wasn't a pet of a mage, but a pet of a mind flayer?
That would be scary.
Because if we met one, I am like running away.
Well, like I said, I hope I don't ever meet one of them.
So
but we should be careful, extra careful.
do we try to take the gem out of the skull? I think there was a gem, right?
Yep. It's right in the center of the forehead. There's a crystal or a gem of some sort.
Let's hold on with that. Let's take the whole skull, and we'll do it maybe in town where it's safer.
It's like embedded in the wall, no?
Oh, it's in the wall. Sorry, I thought it was.
Yeah. You could dig the skull out if you like. It would take some time. That would be one option.
Stax, can you check for traps? And I'll take 10 minutes to detect magic again. To cast detect
sure,
magic.
I'll see what I can find.
Okay.
Investigation?
Yep. You look closely around the skull, look closely at the crystal without touching it. Nothing. And you're detecting magic?
Yep.
Yeah, the crystal glows. Just gotta look up the school of magic. But it's definitely magic. And it comes from it's glowing with an evocation magic.
Okay, so it's charged with some kind of weaponized magic. It's evocation, which usually is used to harm people. So, what we can do if you absolutely have to remove the skull is I can use my mage hand to remove it from a distance. And we
that's
can,
a good idea.
We can clear the room.
Let's clear the room.
Or we can just leave it here, play it safe.
No, let's take it.
I'll oops. I'll move away and I'll use my mage hand to grab the skull and try to pull it off the wall.
Yeah, you're going to need to be able to see it to manipulate your hand. And it is right against this wall. So if you stood on this side, you can do it from there. So you reach out with your mage hand.
Wait. Tie a rope around me.
Okay.
I don't want to be blown into the abyss.
I'll tie a rope around you and hold it tight. Okay. Go on. Good luck, Theodore. Good luck.
Okay, so you tie the rope around
Garrosh. End so badly.
Stello, and let's assume Stax as well, because why not? You all hold tightly onto it. Theodore. Also,
I'll cast resistance on myself.
Resistance to what?
It gives me plus 1d4 to save if necessary.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like resistance to acid or something. Okay, that's fine.
It's like blast, but it's a cantrip and only for saves.
Okay. So you reach out and You
Actually, let's play it really, really safe. I'll cast Bless on myself, Garrosh, and who's next? Stallo. Just to get a 2d4.
so you reach forward.
Oh no, I can't because they're both
Concentration.
concentration spells. But I'll cast Bless instead of Resistance.
Okay, so that was everybody except Stax.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of the line.
And I'll shout to Trax to move further into the tunnel because we're doing something stupid that might blow in our faces. And then I'll take the skull.
The skull is embedded into the wall. You can't take the skull, but you could take the gem out.
Take the gem.
This like what's it called, group mentality or whatever. when you don't want to do something, but because
Peer
the group
pressure.
insists you do it.
Peer pressure.
Group pressure, yeah. Peer pressure, that's the one. Okay, I'll take the gem.
Okay, are mage hands visible? I can never remember. Are they visible?
I think
Yes,
it's
they
invisible.
Yeah.
Is it?
So
No, it's visible except for Arcane Trickster, I believe, or something.
Okay. Well, let's just assume Theodore then casts this hand, and this hand goes forward. Theodore has complete control over it, but the hand starts shaking. He can't help himself. It reaches out, it touches the gem. Nothing's happened. Are you going to pull the gem out, Theodore?
Yes.
You pull the gem out.
And that's it?
That's it. I would have told you if a fireball or something goes off, but it doesn't.
Well, I still probably have to detect magic on. Is the magic emanating from the gem or from the skull?
From the gem.
The evocation. Okay, I will bring it closer and show it to the others. I got the gem. I'm
great job.
Can I do like an Arcana check on the gem to see if I know what kind of evocation spell is integrated into it?
Sure. Make an Arcana check. And you click for a second. You do know that evocation spells are things like fireball and lightning spells, but it also extends beyond that. It also includes telepathy type stuff. And you're getting more a telepathy vibe from this as opposed to a fireball evocation thing from it. So it's something to do with telepathy.
What is it?
But that's as much as you can tell with this one. You need to spend some time with it. You could attune to it, for example. That would do it.
Mm-hmm. Unless it's a cursed item. I'll tell the others that what I found out, but I'll keep it with unless one of you wants to keep it with them. But we should wait with the thorough investigation of what this is till we clear this mine.
Yeah,
if that's okay with everyone.
Yes.
And I'll ask if there's anything else in this cave, or did you check for gems?
There are gems there, but it's going to take an hour worth of mining to get them out.
We can take an hour. Stacks can rest.
Yeah.
Let's find the stupid drain with tentacles and kill it first.
Yeah, to rather not be ambushed by it in here.
Sure.
And didn't Trax say something about caverns in the west that it sometimes is seen?
I think someone was saying you could check this western cavern and maybe it's in there, but it wasn't in there and it wasn't in here. So
okay.
You have nothing to go on about where it is. Someone asked the kobolds and did an insight, and they believed the kobolds when they said they didn't see the creature come this way.
Yeah.
Might have flown upwards to the highest level. I mean, I didn't see it if it flew up or down. I just assumed it flew down.
Shall we go for another full round of the cavern just to look for it? We should encounter it eventually.
Yeah, we should.
We'll have to go out anyway.
Okay. So
If we want to finance our expeditions, we need to earn money somehow, not just by arranging this deal between the kobolds and the speaker or the town. We arranged for us to keep all the gems, so why not take some time? Once the arrangement between the kobolds and the town is made, we won't be able to do that. I mean,
True, but
you need to eat, don't you? And you need money to buy food.
we sure do, but if we take a rest now, then that monster takes a rest too, and
only you have to rest. We can either somebody digs and 2 people can keep guard. We won't be surprised.
okay,
Yeah,
if you think that's the best option. But I think we should continue and end this hunt as quickly as possible.
Yeah, let's not waste the awesome criticals. You know, I'm not metagaming, not metagaming here at all. I mean, I got some good hits, and if we let the monster lick its wounds, and I don't know what magic to use and prepare for us, we might end up facing a much bigger danger. So I'm voting for going on and like chopping it into like a brain stew or whatever.
Do we even have somewhere to go? Isn't that the whole mine that we've explored so far?
You've explored the whole mine. Yep. So it sounds
What
like
about up with the river or waterfall on the upper floor?
the waterfall went into an underground tunnel. You could swim through it if you like to. Otherwise, it was just endless waterfall down into the Underdark.
Hmm.
I mean, I vote take the gems, and if the creature comes, we fight it. Because we can run around the mines for days, and if it doesn't want to show up, it won't show up. And we won't find it either. Who knows where it is in this chasm to the Underdark.
I need to speed things up just a little bit. I need to go fairly shortly. So I'm going to assume that you guys go up to level 2, right? You have a look around there. It sounds like you want to hunt this thing before it can recover. You look around, look in corners, look in crannies. You don't see anything. You could still be on level 1. There's a bucket. I'll drag you over by the bucket. The rope is thankfully still there. No one's come and taken it across, so someone go up?
Yeah.
Okay, who's going up first?
I'll go up. I'll go up first.
Okay. So you take the minute, you pull on the rope, and you go up. And you get to the top. And as soon as you get out of the bucket and you look around, all of a sudden, you do see the creature. And I rolled its stealth, and it rolled a natural 20. So as soon as you get to the top, the creature appears, lashes out its stacks, and I need to go pick up my kid. So that is exactly where we'll leave it, on a cliffhanger with Stacks. Stacks was probably a good choice to send up with a passive perception of 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it was and I got to roll the natural 20 this time, guys. This was my turn. And keep in mind, Stacks, it's just you.
Yeah, I know.
Help is at least a minute away, which is 10 rounds of combat. So we shall see what happens. But thank you, gentlemen. I hope you had a good time. But I do need to pick up my kids. But we'll see you next week. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for DMing.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
See you next week.
Thank you very much.